Yeah. Yeah.
Trailing crew is only going to be like half a second off of the lead crew, but in this one, you could have the 9:30.
Yeah. So I'm sorry, where you have to go to again?
I don't know, we're just going to have to figure out.
Okay, go.
I can't.
I can't.
Nope, there's a crew that's far behind.
Okay. Whatever now.
The timing system for you.
Hold on, let me just let him race this. 'Cause he's... Oh, Katie.
Approaching about 7:50 to go here. This will be the start of the heats this afternoon after a morning filled of time trials.
We're having an issue right now with that.
And it does look like a leader from lane 2, well out in front here. For right now, we'll go ahead and call this as Heat 2, but stand by for technical difficulties. Be sure just to check back the results page at herenow.com for official results. But it does look like our leaders from lane 1, this is going to be Nobles. 2 Nobles boats in this heat in lanes 1 and 2, but Nobles A well out in front and now within the 500 to go. Nobles from just up the road here in Massachusetts, out of the Stoller Boathouse, out in Waltham. These crews did not go through time trials this morning, so this is their first race of the day here. And we'll be sending top 3 to semis. Go ahead and direct your attention to the course as they enter the 250 to go. They're going to have a pretty easy campaign here to get themselves onto the next round, but we've seen a change in cadence here. All 4 athletes looking to really move together here to execute a solid sprint racing plan. Really good push here. This Nobles crew looking very aggressive off the front end, really trying to get that good suspension into a strong supported back end here. Looks like they've changed the cadence yet again, bumping it up a couple beats, trying to increase their distance per stroke here to get them closer to the finish line. With 10 strokes to go, it does look like the crew from Nobles will be the successful first crew of the heats this afternoon. And apologies, this is Heat 1 that's on the course, not Heat 2, so that is going to be the crew from Greenwich, Connecticut. They're 8 already finishing top of the girls' 8s from the time trials this morning, so we expect a really solid performance out of them as a program. Next into the 250 with about 150 strokes to go, or 150 meters to go, will be the crew from Bromfield, Axton, Boxborough, in the Royal Blue Hull here in lane 2, with a substantial lead over the 3rd place crew. And that will be the crew from Cambridge Ridge in Latin. It's Bromfield. With a really smooth performance, looking like they're conserving some energy for the next round of racing, but they are coming into the line with about 3 strokes to go. Cambridge Ridge in Latin, sitting comfortably in 3rd. Looks like they're also going to conserve a bit of their energy. Just thinking about taking long, powerful strokes here. Not worried about jacking the rate. That crew from Concord out in lane 4 looking to challenge a bit. But it will be CRLS with a comfortable, unofficial, of course, 3rd place finish in this first heat of the women's second 4. Followed by the crew from Concord out there in lane 4 in the white hull. And entering 150 to go. Unfortunately, it looks like a bit of an error. Looks like that bowman is not necessarily rowing every single stroke. That'll be the crew from Northampton. We hope everything's all right. It looks a little disjointed here, but they're still making their campaign towards the line. Looks like they've got some continuous, consistent swing here. Strokesy looking like she wants to bump the rate a little bit before her bow 3. With about 5 strokes to go here, this will be Northampton coming into the line to round out the first heat of the women's second varsity 4 of the Northeast Regionals here in Worcester, Massachusetts. We'll send it back up to the start for the second heat of the women's second 4.
All right, cut it.
And heat 2 now within the 500 meter to go mark. This is the women's second 4. This will be straight heats to finals. So out of these 3 heats, we will look to send 2 into the final. And it looks like we do have 2 distinct leaders here. We've got Greenwich B, and it looks like East Bay are going to be our 2 leaders with a solid push from Nobles out here in lane 1. The racing this afternoon between now and just about 4 o'clock will be straight heats to finals. So depending on the heats, there are 3 heats. We'll send 2 boats into finals from each heat. With 2 heats, we'll send 3 boats on to the final. And coming into it, it is going to be the yellow boat of of Windsor in lane 3, making a solid charge to put their bow first across the line. Followed length back by Greenwich B out in lane 5. Those look to be our 2 clear leaders of the second heat of the women's second 4. Windsor in lane 3 with the W's on the ends of their red blades. Changing their cadence, rising up a couple beats, moving pretty well together. Now increasing their lead over the crew from Greenwich B. We just saw Greenwich A have a clearer path to the finals from the first heat. Greenwich B here probably conserving a bit of energy. It looks like they have changed their rate a bit, but they'll have plenty of juice left for the final. It is Windsor first across the line. Now, followed closely by the girls of Greenwich crew in lane 5 on the line. Followed by Nobles in lane 1. 2 Nobles crews in this event. This is the A crew in lane 1, finishing 3rd. In lane 4, it does look like to be East Bay coming to the line, approaching the line next, with a late charge from Nobles B in lane 2. Nobles B now coming within a length, making up some significant ground in these strokes, but they're just going to run out of room, it looks like, to catch that crew from East Bay. But really good push from Nobles B. And coming to the line next, we will have, East Bay. That was Nobles C before. East Bay now coming to the line to round out the second heat of the women's second varsity 4. We'll send it back up to the start for the last heat of the women's second varsity 4. How much left do I have?
Oh, did you tell him? Oh, I was wondering, maybe you could tell him.
All right, Mike, I'll pick it up. What? I'll start, because I'm going to use... Heat 3 on the course now, 4.5 minutes in. We have Connecticut, CRI, Bromfield, Axton, Boxborough B, Cambridge Ridge and Latin B, Neponset, and Neponset B is a scratch. So this is a 5-boat race in lanes 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Officially, we saw Greenwich and Bromfield, Axton, Boxborough officially qualify for the final out of the first heat. Second heat, still under review. Be sure to check back at herenow.com. But we can start to see them coming into about 7:50 to go. The rain has picked up, so these athletes are going to really have to just tune in, bite down, and just make a big surge. It takes a very mentally tough person to ignore all of the other variables in their racing, just to really focus in on what matters. So as they come into the 500-meter mark, it does look like we do have leaders. It does look like CRI out there with the red boat, red unis, making a pretty big push for themselves here. They've got a substantial lead over the rest of the field, but as we know, anything can happen within the last 500 meters, so we could see a change up in the leaderboard. But it does look like CRI out in lane 2 ahead of Connecticut in lane 1. If you're just joining us now, welcome to the Northeast Regional Championships, where we will look to send top crews from this event onto the Youth National Championships. And it does look like CRI continuing to be well ahead of the other crews. We are sending 2 entries on from this heat into the final. Connecticut in lane 1, sitting comfortably in second place here. That's good enough for qualifying for right now if they can continue to maintain that. But it continues to be the ladies of CRI with a substantial lead over the rest of the field. Connecticut might be thinking to themselves, you know, we'll go ahead and conserve our energy here. We'll let them do the work, but we'll get them in the final. CRI now approaching 2:50 to go. We'll see what they've got in store for us. Might be a smart idea for them to conserve their energy as well. But we'll see. Crews will also take this opportunity to practice some new race strategy. Coxswain may be trying out some new calls to see what's going to really drive their crew that much harder and that much faster to the finish. But CRI with multiple lengths over the black boat from Connecticut Boat Club in lane 1. Connecticut looking like they're changing their cadence here. Looks like we'll see a bit of a sprint sequence from them. Connecticut with a substantial lead over the remaining 3 crews. The 2 crews to follow will be Neponset and Bromfield, Axton, Boxborough. Excuse me, that looks like it actually will be CRLS, apologies. But we welcome CRI to the line first in this 3rd heat of the women's 2nd varsity 4. They're looking really strong. We'll look forward to seeing them in the finals tomorrow, followed by Connecticut Boat Club with the lime green accents down the side of the unis and on the hats. They will be second to arrive to the line here. And it is a battle between the B crews from Bromfield, Axton, Boxborough, and Cambridge Ridge and Latin for that 3rd place spot. It does look like they are exchanging strokes for strokes. I'm going to give the advantage to Bromfield here, who it looks like they've taken a move on the crew from CRLS, now gaining with half a length. It will look to be the boat from Bromfield coming to the line for a 3rd place finish in the 3rd heat of this women's 2nd varsity 4. Followed by CRLS. And it looks like we do have a little bit of an concern. We only see bow pair rowing in this crew from Neponset out in lane 5. We can only hope that everything is okay, but We've got to give these athletes credit to continue their pursuit of the finish here. Rowing, one of the greatest team sports. You know, you can't get there by yourself unless you're in a single, of course. But really good effort by the bow pair to continue to move that bow forward. Hopefully it's just nothing more than some broken equipment and that these girls will be back better and stronger this summer or next year, whenever the next time they get to the starting line is. But now within 250 meters to go in the red zone, it will be Nia Ponset rowing just with their bow pair. You can hear that coxswain really urging those two athletes on. Still can't really identify what happened. I'm sure we'll have more information on that later, but this will round out the women's second varsity 4 at the 2023 Northeast Regional Championships.
All right, let's cut it.
Second U4. This will be 3 heats. Just like we saw in the women's 4, we'll send 2 from each heat straight to the final. These events this afternoon are straight heats to finals. They did not race in time trials this morning, and there will not be any semifinals. So these crews from heats to finals, so they've really just got one big shot to make their case to go for the championship here at the Northeast Regionals. Now approaching the 500 meter to go line. We do have some leaders from these early lanes here. Lane 1, that'll be Arlington Belmont, AB crew. With a substantial lead over the field, it does look like the crews from Concord are going to be closely followed. The next ones to follow by about 2 lengths back. Joined as well will be Waylon Weston out in the far lane, lane 6. We'll see these 3 crews try and duke it out for 2 spots to send them into the final. AB crew here in lane 1, looking pretty comfortable. I don't think they're going to see much contest as they enter the 250 meters to go. It will continue to be the crew from Arlington Belmont, out here with a commanding lead over the rest of the field. Second place crew looks to be Concord out in lane 3, getting challenged by the crew from Waylon Weston out in lane 6. Concord, I'm going to give them about a half a length of an advantage over Waylon Weston, but as they get into 250 meters to go, we'll see who's going to lay down the sprint to see if Waylon Weston can challenge that crew from Concord for a second qualifying spot to the finals. But it is the gentleman from AB crew now just with lengths of open water. They're making a good surge for themselves. That bow is eager to get to the line. Really good, consistent, powerful strokes here from Arlington Belmont. Stroke man continuing to lay down a solid rhythm for his crew to follow. They're going to be one to keep our eyes out for in the finals. But unofficially, it will be Arlington Belmont first to the line of the men's second Youth 4. Now kicking back to the crew from Concord. Coming to the line. Really solid racing from them. There will be our unofficially top 2 qualifiers into the final, followed by Waylon Weston with the notorious orange-tipped blades out in lane 6. They will have just missed out on qualifying. Followed by a tight race here between the 2 crews from Neaponset program to program. Good challenge here. We love nothing more than some inter-squad competition. And coming to the line will be the crew from East Bay in lane 2. Having a nice late surge here to finish that sprint. Finish off this afternoon race of the first heat of the men's second 4. We'll send it back up to the start for the second heat. Arlington, Belmont, Brookline, Concord, Aguntutuk, Northampton, and Waylon Weston. So from this angle here, looks like we do have some separation of the field. Crews from lane 2, that is going to be Brookline with a solid lead, also joined by other Massachusetts rival, Waylon Weston, out in the far lane, but I would say that those 2 are going to be our clear leaders for right now, with Brookline, with a significant advantage over the crew from Dub Dub, from Waylon Weston. We'll see what Waylon Weston can turn on, but if I had to put my money on it right now, I'd say that those 2 are going to be the ones to qualify out of the second heat here for the final. And it does look like Brookline continuing to make a solid charge as they come to the top of the 500-meter mark here. Waylon Weston looks like they've closed a bit of a gap to that leading crew. Pretty significant gap between the 2 leader crews and the rest of the field. What's fun to see about these second 4s events is we're looking at the generation, or the future generation, next generation of these programs. These will be the athletes that, may not have hit their full stride in their development yet, but give it a year or 2 and they're going to be making the varsity boats, whether it's the 4 or the 8, that much different and that much faster in years to come. So now well within 500 to go. It does look like to be the crew from Brookline, followed by Waylon Weston, followed by AB out in lane 1. We just saw AB's crew from the first heat have a really solid performance. but it does continue to look like Brookline will hold the lead as they progress further towards the finish line here.
Oh, sorry.
Good effort by these crews. Brookline, Coxon getting them ready to really turn it on into the sprint here. Looks like they're not going to have that much challenge as they look to qualify for the final, but it will be Brookline first into 250 to go into the red zone. Coxon seems like they've just called for a huge power shift. You can see the crews pick up. You can see the distance per stroke really starting to light up. Body's getting a little bit shorter here. Waylon Weston now within the 250 meters to go. Waylon Weston sitting about 3 lengths back from the crew from Brookline. Brookline with the dark blue and red blades and the black hull in lane 2. Now entering 250 to go, it is the second crew from Arlington Belmont. The AB B crew here in the second Youth 4. And with 3 strokes to go, we welcome Brookline to the line to snag that first qualifying position in the men's Youth second 4 unofficially. Followed by the crew from Waylon Weston out in lane 6, who looks like they're conserving a bit of energy to save it for the final. Waylon Weston at the line now. The crew from AB in a stern coxed 4 out here in lane 1. Coxon sitting at the opposite side of the boat than her competitors here. Those athletes can look back at the rest of the field and really look at the job that they've done putting those crews behind. AB at the line now. And the crew from Northampton arriving to the line now. And rounding out the second heat will be the crew from Maguntuck and the yellow hull. Coxon really just trying to get the rest of it out of his crew as they come to the line. Good effort there by all crews. That rounds out the second heat of the men's second 4. We'll go and send it back up to the start line for the third heat of the men's second 4.
You can start now.
We are here at the 2023 Northeast Regional Championship event. It is a rainy day here in Worcester, but quite calm weather in terms of wind. Right here we have 2 coxed 4s going at it. In lane 4, it looks like Greenwich. This is a 4-boat race with 2 leaders out in front. In the near lane, this looks like Maritime Rowing. In lane 6. Greenwich crew continues to extend their lead as they approach the 1,000-meter mark. Maritime Rowing is right with them, about a length back. Greenwich crew passes the 1,000-meter mark. Maritime passes the 1,000-meter mark. Greenwich crew continues to extend their lead as they're in the second half of this race. Maritime continues to push on. And we're going to go to the announcer up at the tower.
But bring your attention back now to this heat now that's on the course. It does look like there are only 2 boats on the course. From the looks of it, I would guess that it, and I apologize, it just was very stretched out. It does look like we do have a total of 4, but just a very distinct gap here between the top 2 crews and the crews trailing. So our 2 leaders of here are going to be out in those far lanes. Almost 2 separate races going on here. It looks to be the crew from Maritime, as well as the crew from Greenwich. Going uncontested from the rest of the field, pending any unforeseen circumstances. Those look to be our 2 crews that we will look to send to the final. Looks like the 2 crews from Bromfield, Axton, Boxborough in lanes 1 and 2 are the other 2 contenders in this heat. Moving a little slower off the pace than the leading 2 crews. And our first crew arriving at 2:50 to go. Stroke seat has already taken the cadence up a couple beats here, prepping for that sprint. Crew from Maritime. It's about 3 lengths of open water back from the leader here, and that will continue to be Greenwich coming into 2:50. These 2 crews with a substantial lead over the 2 crews from Bromfield, Axton, Boxborough back in lane 1 and 2. Greenwich now rowing a bit of a tighter pace, shorter stroke here. Solid strategy for the sprint sequence here. And Maritime just swinging it out. Looks like they've started to change their rate too, but again, with not much competition on around them, these crews can save their energy for the finals. We welcome Greenwich to the line right about now, followed by the crew from Maritime, who's now still maintaining the length of their stroke, but up a couple beats. 3 strokes to go, we welcome Maritime to the line. The first crew from Bromfield, Axton, Boxborough now in 250 meters in that red zone. Coxon looks like they have called a sprint sequence, try and make up some of the ground, take off a couple seconds between the first 2 places of this heat. Well rowed here. Stroke seat looking pretty consistent. Working on that late square is this crew. With 5 strokes to go, that is the first of the Bromfield, Axton, Boxborough crews to the line. The B entry from this program is now in the 250 meter mark. They'll look to try and close the gap to their A entry in this event. But I'll put my money on it, give it a couple years, and these guys are going to be the ones leading the pack within their own program in their varsity events. We see a bucket rig out of the second place crew, where 2 rowers in the middle are rowing the same side, followed by bookends on the separate side. Can be an advantageous move on a coach's part to maximize speed and efficiency We welcome that second entry to the line now. 4 crews there across the line. Unofficially, it will be the crew from Greenwich and Maritime into the final. We'll head back up for the women's novice 8, heat 1. It does look like the commentators in the boat with them.
And here we have the first 500 of the women's novice 8, heat 1. Bow number 1, we have Arlington Belmont. Bow number 2, we have East Bay Incorporated. Bow number 3, Concord. Bow number 4, Shrewsbury High School. Bow number 5, Windsor. And bow number 6, Connecticut Boat Club. And as we look across, we've got Windsor and Connecticut Boat Club going stroke for stroke as they are about 10 strokes past the 500-meter mark, getting right into their rhythms. Both boats are dead even right now for the 1 and 2 spot. As we go back to the middle of the pack, we see Concord Crew in the white shell. Extending their lead on bow number 4, Shrewsbury High School. It looks like right at the 750-meter mark, Windsor Crew has taken a big push, taking about 1 seat on Connecticut Boat Club, but Connecticut Boat Club continues to drive through in their rhythm as they approach the 750-meter mark into the race. Windsor continues to push on as they approach the 1,000-meter mark, but Connecticut Boat Club is right with them. Windsor crew has about 2 seats up on Connecticut Boat Club, as Concord crew is about bow to stern, maybe a little bit of open water back on Connecticut Boat Club. All coxswains across the field are urging their crews to push on. As we approach the 1,000-meter mark, let's see if Windsor crew takes a push. Windsor crew passes the 1,000-meter mark, about 4 or 5 seats up on Connecticut Boat Club, as Concord crew over in lane 2 is just shy of bow to stern on Connecticut Boat Club. Then about 4 seats of open water back off of Concord is Shrewsbury High School. The Windsor crew boat continues to push on through the rain in this, rainy Worcester day. But their crew is looking strong and attacking their way down this piece, but Connecticut Boat Club continues to go with them. The crews are approaching the 1,250-meter mark. Windsor continues to sit at about a half a boat length lead over CBC, and we're going to send it to the tower to watch the end of this race. Rainy Worcester day, but their crew is looking strong and attacking their way down this piece, but Connecticut Boat Club continues to go with them.
And picking the crews up just by the 750-meter to go mark, it does continue to be Windsor out in front of Connecticut Boat Club. Concord, while trying to make some significant pushes throughout the race, has not been able to touch the crew from CBC yet. With 3 heats of novice women, we're looking to send the top 2 straight to final. So it does look like it will continue to be the crew from Concord, and the crew from Windsor out there with a commanding lead as they are now approaching the 500-meter to go mark. Windsor out there with their notorious red hull, commanding the field. But let's also not rule out lane 1, let's not rule out Concord just yet. So Concord looks like they have drawn a little bit closer to the leader from Windsor. Windsor should be feeling pretty comfortable right now with a confident lead over the rest of the pack. We'll send 2 crews from this heat into the final. And as a reminder, these races now from now until about 3:30, just shy of 4 o'clock, will be straight heat to finals, no semis for this crew, so it's really all or nothing. And it does continue to look like it's Windsor crew with a full-length lead over the field. Coxon looking from side to side, making sure that she's in her right position here. And with Windsor only a few seats up now from the crew from Connecticut Boat Club. Both crews now looking to match rates, but it does look like Connecticut Boat Club has made a late push, and a successful push at that. Whether or not they're going to be able to push their bow ahead of Windsor for that first place spot is yet to be seen. But bow ball on bow ball right now, it's going to come down to the line. I'm thinking this might be a photo finish. This does look like it turned out to be quite the barn burner of a race here. Connecticut Boat Club, I'm going to give it with a seat over Windsor crew. Yep, CBC unofficially taking the victory of this heat over Windsor. But those top two crews, man, I'm excited to see that showdown in the finals later on at this event. The crew from Concord now across the line. If we kick back, we've got Shrewsbury High School out there in the dark blue hull, middle of the race course. They're hometown favorites here, home course favorites. They're going to be the next to the line, finishing fourth in this highly competitive heat of women's novice eights. And just about 2 lengths back of open water to them is the novice women's crew from AB, from Arlington Belmont crew, now approaching the line. The quality of novice racing has certainly jumped up. I'd like to think the pandemic had something to do with that, with the expansion of a lot of different programs, a lot of inter-squad competition. And rounding out this field in the women's novice 8, it will be East Bay coming to the line now. That was the first heat, women's novice 8. We'll send it back up to the start for the second heat.
CRI in lane 1. Then we have Waylon Weston in lane 5 going stroke for stroke with Duxbury Bay Maritime School. But right now it is Greenwich and Saugatuck going stroke for stroke as they about the 750 meter mark. Greenwich Crew A in the white hull with the blue blades. Saugatuck in the black hull with the black blades. It is too close to call in the leading two boats, but they are seat for seat dead even right now from my perspective. Then back to Greenwich Crew B in lane 6. The Greenwich Crew A boat just makes a move, and they may have pushed their bow out half a seat, but it is very, very close between this Greenwich Crew boat and this Saugatuck boat. These women are unfazed by the rainy weather here in Worcester, Massachusetts, and they are attacking this race. They want to get a good lane for their final tomorrow. Both boats just a few strokes before the 1,000 meter mark. Someone wants to put their bow out in front. It looks like Greenwich Crew A is about 2 seats up on the Saugatuck boat. And then Greenwich Crew B in lane 6 is about a few seats of open back on the Saugatuck crew. Then we have lane 1 CRI bow to stern on the Greenwich Crew A B boat. In lane 2, we've got Duxbury Bay Maritime School pushing their bow out in front of Waylon Weston, but Waylon Weston is not making it easy for them. And the race up send it over to the tower to watch the end of this race.
Our leader, but that push for second place right now is still going to be up for grabs. Now approaching the 500 meter to go mark, it continues to be the crew from Greenwich in lane 3 leading the charge. but closely followed by the crew from Saugatuck on their, just off their side. We're looking to send 2 crews into the final, but we'll have to see if we're going to see a late surge from CRI or the second Greenwich crew. But it does continue to look like it will be Greenwich in lane 3, ahead of the field. I'm going to call it and say half a length up on Saugatuck. Greenwich B looking to be just a couple seats back from that second Greenwich crew, showing a lot of depth in that program. So let's see what these crews will have as they come into the sprint. It does continue to be your leader, Greenwich. Greenwich already having a very dominant showing here at the Northeast Regionals, as seen in their Varsity 8s performance on the women's side early this morning in time trials. Greenwich now with a length of Saugatuck. Saugatuck really looking to hold on to the stern of Greenwich, but Greenwich looks like they have broken free. That second Novice 8 from Greenwich looking to overtake Saugatuck, but Saugatuck putting on a pretty big fight not to give up their position. But Greenwich A now with half a length of open water back on Saugatuck. Greenwich B only down by about 3 seats right now. Still has time if they can pull it out, but I don't think that they're going to make it up. So it looks like our qualifiers out of this second heat will be the girls from Greenwich in the white hull, lane 3, as they arrive first to the line here, followed by the girls in black from Saugatuck, Connecticut, arriving at the line now. With overlap, there's the B crew from Greenwich. Now approaching 10 strokes to go, it is the crew from CRI out here in lane 1. Definitively taking that 4th place spot in this second heat. They are arriving at the line now. About 3 lengths back from them, we see Duxbury Bay Maritime School in lane 2, arriving to the line. And rounding out this field in the women's Novice 8 is going to be Waylon Weston out in lane 6. Really says a lot about a program when you've got 2 crews in the same heat finishing that closely together. Well rowed by Greenwich. Unofficially, it will be Greenwich and Saugatuck moving on from this heat. Check back to herenow.com for official results. We'll send it back up to the start for the final heat of the women's Novice 8.
It's just not right. Not now. No. What do you think? 1 plus weight. They started. 3.5 to read between the lines. Oh shit. 5, 4, 3, 2. Take it.
And here we have the Heat 1 of the men's Novice 8 event. We have Bow 1, Arlington Belmont, Bow 2, Greenwich A, Bow 3, Greenwich B, Bow 4, Shrewsbury A, and Bow 5, Shrewsbury B. Right now, it is Greenwich in lane 3 in the blue hole with the white oars, about a length of open water up on the field. On the boat, Shrewsbury in lane 4. Greenwich Crew A is dominating this race right now as they continue to walk away. They're up at about 32, 34 beats per minute. And they continue to attack as they are about at the 750 meter mark into the race. Lane 4, Shrewsbury High School, is also going on about 32, 34 beats per minute. They all want to get a spot in that final tomorrow as they continue to race down this course. The boat in lane 1, Arlington Belmont, is about bow to stern on Shrewsbury lane 4. Then Greenwich B in lane 3, back about half a length of open water. But it is Greenwich in lane 2 that continues to just race down this course with complete control and ownership. About 5 strokes off the 1,000 meter mark, they're going to continue to push. They want the best lane they can possibly get for that final. These novice events are quite exciting as these novices are first years on the team. Everything is culminating to their Northeast Championship race, and they want to show the fastest time and all the work they put in this season to put together some fast crews. Lane 2, Greenwich, is about 1,200 meters into the course. Lane 4, Shrewsbury, just passes the 1,000 meter mark. Then in lane 1, Arlington Belmont. Lane 3, the other Greenwich boat. And lane 5, the other Shrewsbury boat. Greenwich in lane 2 continues to dominate this race. They're showing They're having a really nice showing today out on the water in spite of the rainy weather here in Worcester. Greenwich in lane 2 is at about 10 strokes off the final 500 meters of this race, and they continue to extend their gap on the field. Shrewsbury in lane 4 is still in second, but in the middle of the field, you've got the second Greenwich boat and the Arlington Bellbump boat charging fast on them. And we're gonna send it to the tower to watch the end of this race.
They will go uncontested pending any unforeseen circumstances. As we know, anything can happen. Whether it's a crab, whether it's hopefully not a log in the middle of the course, but they are making a pretty strong case for themselves to be this year's regional champion. With about, I'd say at this point, close to 100, maybe even 150 meters on the rest of the crews. Greenwich just looking super solid out here with the high-vis uniforms. Good collective, collaborative work here together from this crew. That coxswain's just looking side to side and thinking, nope, we are golden, we are good here. We'll see if they just conserve some energy or if we are going to see a bit of a show as they come into 250 meters to go. It will be Greenwich crew out of Greenwich, Connecticut. Coming back to the rest of the field, this is where I would say the main race it really is, where the main action really is. There's one more crew out of this heat that gets to move on to the final. And right now, there's 3 crews that are making a pretty strong campaign for themselves. We see Arlington Belmont in lane 1. We just saw Arlington Belmont with some pretty awesome performances out of the 4s earlier this afternoon. We welcome Greenwich crew to the finish line. Greenwich with 3 strokes to go will be your leader with, at this point, close to probably 200 meters over the rest of the field. Dropping back now, we see Shrewsbury and Greenwich B making a campaign. Shrewsbury making a pretty strong case for themselves. Shrewsbury, just like Greenwich, also having not only two, but 3 entries in this event. But the first of the Shrewsbury crews out there in lane 4 will be the second to arrive to the line. That second crew from Greenwich looked to have a late charge, but it just wasn't enough to move them through. So unofficially, it will be Greenwich and Shrewsbury moving on to the final in the men's novice 8. Greenwich B through the line now, followed by AB crew, who are next to arrive to the line, finishing 4th unofficially in this heat of men's novice 8s. Rounding out this field, it will be another crew from Shrewsbury out there in lane 5, rounding out the first heat of the men's novice 8. As we prepare for the second heat, we'll kick it back up to the start, where we will see 2 crews from Wayland Weston, Saugatuck, Lowell, Concord, and Bromfield Acton Boxborough.
And here we have the men's novice 8, heat 2, lane 1, Bromfield action, lane 2, Concord, lane 3, Lowell, lane 4, Saugatuck, and lane 5, we have Whalen Weston. Right now, as the crews pass the 500-meter mark, it is Saugatuck just 2 seats up on Whalen Weston, but Whalen Weston is charging quite fast. The boats are almost dead level, but Saugatuck maybe 1 seat up right now. Saugatuck in lane 4. Whalen Weston in lane 5. Whalen Weston with the orange and dark red blades. Saugatuck in the black hole with the black blades. Both crews at about 32, 34 beats per minute on their stroke rate. And one of these crews wants to get their bow out in front. It is going seat for seat between these two boats. It looks like, from my perspective, Whalen Weston just took 1 seat up on Saugatuck as they continue to charge through this race. Whalen Weston taking a big move at the 750-meter mark, putting themselves about half a length up on Saugatuck. Saugatuck continues to be right there with them, though, not giving them anything. The rain is coming down real hard, but both crews are completely unfazed as they're about 10 strokes off the 1,000-meter mark. Really, really good racing from this novice men's cruise. Saugatuck has responded to Whalen Weston's early move as they approach the 1,000-meter mark. Whalen Weston about 2 seats up on Saugatuck. They continue to roar down the racetrack, going stroke for stroke. Whalen Weston taking another big move in the second half of this race, putting themselves half a length up on Saugatuck. Really tight racing in the Heat 2 of the novice men's event here at the Northeast Regionals 2022-3. My bad. Whalen Weston still holds their half a length lead on Saugatuck. Saugatuck continues to hold them quite accountable as they're putting in big pushes to try to get their bow out back out in front. And we're going to send it to the tower to watch the end of this novice men's Heat 2 race.
So continuing their commanding charge here will be the 2 crews out on the far side with Saugatuck and Whalen Weston in lanes 4 and 5 here, with a commanding significant lead over the rest of the field. Whalen Weston looking to challenge Saugatuck and really beat him to the line here. But Saugatuck staying right with him, going stroke for stroke. These 2 crews will almost escort each other into the 500-meter mark here. Both of these crews with a significant lead over the rest of the field, sending top 2 into the final of the men's novice 8. And I'm going to say that it is Whalen Weston with 4 seats on the crew from Saugatuck. But both crews still looking very strong, very consistent here as they approach 250 meters to go. While the rain may be uncomfortable for some, it's really great for racing. It means flat water. You know, we know that Lake Quinsigamond is notorious for ever-changing wind patterns, multiple times throughout the course, but this afternoon it is smooth sailing, a little wet, but really good racing conditions here. Now entering the red zone, it looks like Waylon Weston with a length lead over the crew from Saugatuck. And Waylon Weston looking to continue that charge against Saugatuck. Saugatuck now responding. They're going to look to try and make up a little bit of ground, but these two will face off again in the final. Waylon Weston now with open water over Saugatuck. And they're just not stopping. They're continuing to look for more. Just sheer bragging rights at this point. It'll be interesting to compare the times from this Waylon Weston crew to those of Greenwich from the first heat. Greenwich, as we saw, had an unbelievable lead on the rest of their field. Waylon Weston now with a couple seats of open over the crew from Saugatuck. Saugatuck looking to make a last push. We see the stroke seat really trying to dive into that front end of the Saugatuck crew. Waylon Weston at the line now. Few seats have opened back. We welcome Saugatuck to the line. And stretching back, we now enter almost the second duel of this heat between Concord and Bromfield Axton Boxborough. Excuse me, that's going to be Lowell. But the crew from BAB, with just about open water, that coxswain really getting aggressive with shaking their hands. They're getting fired up. They're telling their crew to really just look back at the rest of the competition, leave those boats behind. With 10 strokes to go, it will be BAB, Bromfield, Acton, Boxborough next to the line in the second heat of the men's novice 8. Followed by the crew from Lowell out in lane 3. And that concludes the second heat of the men's novice 8. With one heat to go, we'll send it back up to the start, looking for 2 more entries to join the rest of the crews in the final. Great. Well, just like we've seen in other heats, we've got our two definitive leaders here. This is the Heat 3, third heat, final heat of the men's novice 8, CRI lane 1, and Saugatuck lane 4, with a commanding lead over the rest of the crew. Saugatuck with a length over CRI. CRI looking like they're making a late charge here to try and change up that leaderboard. And it does look like it is a successful move. CRI showing a lot more distance per stroke than that opposing crew. And I think they just might do it. Now bow ball to bow ball. If they continue on this pace and this swing, it will be CRI with a first place finish in the men's novice 8 heat 3. They have done it. Really good surge by CRI, making it look pretty effortless in the last little chunk of that race there. They will join Saugatuck out there in lane 4, unofficially in the final. We stretch back now to the middle of the field. We've got East Bay in lane 2 and Westford Academy lane 5 as our second duel within the same event. East Bay with a length over that far crew from Westford. Westford looking like they're trying to make up some ground, trying to challenge the crew from East Bay. But East Bay just staying calm, cool and collected here. Nice swing. Both crews now officially in 250 meters to go. It continues to be your leaders of East Bay. But you can hear the coxswain from that Westford Academy crew trying to find the second gear, trying to crank it in and find something else. But the crew from East Bay now with open water over that far crew from Westford. The order has been set. Unofficially, the two crews from CRI and Saugatuck rounding out that field from the men's novice 8. East Bay coming to the line now to finish third, unofficially, in this Heat 3 of the men's novice 8. And rounding out the field will be the crew from Westford Academy in lane 5 to conclude the men's novice 8 racing. As we kick up back to the start, we now change events and we will begin with the women's novice 4 Heat 1.
All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107, 108, 109, 110, 111, 112, 113, 114, 115, 116, 117, 118, 1 Are there delays here going on?
So, this juniors racing, somebody forgot to get into the race sometime. College races will include the
Yeah,
patience for that in college.
I hear you.
And welcome back. We are here with the Women's Novice 4 Heat 1. In Lane 2, we've got Greenwich Country Day. Lane 3, Greenwich. Lane 4, Neponset Rowing Club. Lane 5, Nobles. And Lane 6, Westford Academy. Right now, it looks like the crew in Lane 5, Nobles, has a very commanding lead on the field with Greenwich crew in Lane 2. Sorry, Greenwich Country Day. But yes, we have Nobles out in front, laying down looks to me about a 32 strokes per minute in these Cox 4s. Lane 6, we've got Westford Academy right here. It is looking like a very strong showing from this crew, from this Nobles crew out here. The rain has tapered off a little bit, but still coming down. But these crews continue to be unfazed by the wind and the weather. This Noble crew continues to have a very commanding lead on the field, with Greenwich crew in the second place position. Then a very close race for third with Westford Academy and Greenwich Country Day School. This Nobles crew is about 10 strokes off the 1,000-meter mark, and they continue to extend their lead. But Greenwich taking a chunk back into it as they keep stepping away from the third place pack. Nobles crosses the 1,000-meter line, 1,000-meter mark line. And Greenwich crosses the 1,000-meter mark line. And this race in the third place positions it's Westford and Greenwich Country Day. Greenwich Country Day about 1 seat up on Westford, but Westford is taking a big push past the 1,000-meter mark. Nobles continues to just keep pushing away from the field. They're at about the 1,250-meter mark in point with 750 meters to go. It is Nobles in first, Greenwich in second, and a very tight race for third in this novice women's Heat 1 Cox Fours event. And as we go towards the finish line, we're going to send it to the tower to watch the end of this race.
Nobles and Westford Academy. Two crews looking to assert their dominance here. It does look like the crew from Nobles and Greenwich continue to be our two leaders in this heat. This is Heat 1. Heat 1 of 3. Now coming into the 1,500 meter mark, it continues to be Greenwich and Nobles with our front leaders. This is Greenwich and Nobles. This Nobles crew again rowing out of the Stoller Boathouse up in Waltham, Massachusetts. I'm going to give it to Nobles with a length over the crew from Greenwich. But pending any unforeseen circumstances, these will be the two crews from this heat. Moving on, we will send two crews out of the 3 heats of women's novice fours into the final. There are no semis for these events. These crews did not race in time trials this morning. This is their one shot done. It will continue to be Nobles as they enter 2:50 to go. Nobles having a commanding lead over second place and the rest of the field. For novice crew, they're looking very experienced here. Very confident. Well rowed by Nobles. Pushing back to Greenwich here. Greenwich looking like they are entering the next phase of their sprint sequence here. See the rate change. Coxon got a little bit louder here. And those athletes are really just going for it in the front end. Nice extended arms. Timing can be a little bit better, but at the same time, it's what you do to get your bow out in front first. So Greenwich with a comfortable lead will look to join Nobles in the final unofficially. Kicking back here, we've got the next duel between, looks like Waylon Weston and Westford Academy. I'm going to give it to the crew towards the inside of the lanes, closest to the beach, with a length over the crew from Westford Academy out in lane 6. And excuse me, that will be the crew from Neaponset. And Westford Academy across the line now. Does look like we do have one entry left in this race that has had some trouble. We saw them steering outside of their lanes. Looks like the crew may not have a skeg because it does look like they continue to swerve pretty drastically, which would show that there's not a lot of control on where that steering is. But we'll have to see once we get to the finish. But it does look like all 4 rowers are still rowing. And the rain has picked up here again at Lake Quinsigamon here in Worcester, Massachusetts, at the 2023 Northeast Regional Championships. With still about 3 more hours of racing to go, we've got a jam-packed weekend of qualifiers, some end-of-season racing for some of these crews, younger crews. Tomorrow we'll see the semis and finals, and we'll find out just who is going to punch their ticket to Sarasota. Hashtag see you in Sarasota. Really good sportsmanship from the other crews cheering this crew on. Good effort to get that boat through the line. Well rowed all crews. That concludes the Women's Novice 4 Heat 1. Heat 1. Send it back up to the start for the start of Heat 2, Women's Novice 4.
And here we have race number 42, women's novice 4 plus heat 2. Lane 1, Arlington Belmont. Lane 2, Great Bay. Lane 3, Greenwich B. Lane 4, Neponset. Lane 5, Northampton. And lane 6 is Saugatuck. Right now, it looks like lane 2, Great Bay, is about a stern lead on Greenwich B in lane 3, who has maybe half a seat, maybe not, on lane 5, Northampton. It is a very tight race in this 1, 2, 3 pack right now. Great Bay in lane 2 in the white hole with the white and black blades continues to extend their lead. It looks to me that Northampton in lane 5 is maybe half a seat up on Greenwich in lane 3. We're at about the 750 meter mark in point, and Great Bay is putting their bow way out in front of the field with 2 other crews charging hard at them. In lane 5, we have this Northampton boat in the blue shell with the the yellow blades. They are pretty dead even with the boat from Greenwich. And Great Bay continues to just push out in front. Very strong rhythm in the Great Bay boat as they charge towards the 1,000 meter mark. But it really is a battle for the second place spot between Northampton and Greenwich. It's hard to call who's up right now in the second place position. Great Bay passes the 1,000 meter mark, about 2 lengths of open up on the 2 crews fighting it out for second and third place, Greenwich and Northampton. I would say Northampton has maybe 2 seats up on Greenwich, maybe even just 1 seat. It's a very close in the second place position. Great Bay continues their commanding lead over the field as they approach the 1,250 meter mark in, and they go into that last 750 meters. Their coxswain's guiding them through the second half of this race, pushing through. Looks like Northampton just took a move on the Greenwich B boat in lane 3. Pushed their bow out, maybe 2, 3 seats out in front. But it is the boat from Great Bay that continues to extend their lead. Unfazed by the rain, unfazed by the wind. Just a strong, powerful rhythm, probably at about a 32 strokes per minute. And we're going to send it to the finish line to watch the end of this race.
And we look to welcome the second heat of the women's novice 4 into the top of the 500 meter mark here at Lake Quinsigamond in Worcester, Massachusetts on this rainy afternoon. We continue to have Great Bay and Northampton making a strong case for themselves to be the 2 to qualify for the final in this heat. These 2 crews with a substantial lead over the rest of the pack, the 3 remaining crews. They will look to continue their charge forward. Just back from them, we do have Greenwich B, but it will continue to be Great Bay in lane 2 with about a half a length over the crew from Northampton in lane 5. Pretty spread out field here. I would say we've got another close race for those 4th and 5th positions, respectively. The crew from Greenwich out there just really challenging themselves against themselves, frankly, with a clear eye on what's going on behind them, and with a coxswain having a clear eye on what's ahead. Looks like Great Bay has begun to take a preemptive 10 to kick them into 250 meters to go. Great Bay in the white hull, now with a lead over the crew, full-length lead over the crew from Northampton. Great Bay looking very comfortable. The athletes sitting nice and tall, executing a smooth rhythm here as they continue through the red buoys, giving themselves the advantage. They can see the rest of their competition behind them. That's going to give these athletes just that much more motivation to continue pressing on. Great Bay now with multiple lengths of open over the crew from Northampton. Northampton open lengths over the crew from Greenwich. Greenwich about 100 meters up on the remaining two boats of the field. We'll welcome Great Bay into the finish for the first spot in the second heat, women's novice 4 at the line. Next up, we will welcome Northampton to the finish line. Second heat, women's novice 4. Northampton and Great Bay will see each other again in the final once the results have been deemed official. Greenwich now approaching the line with 3 strokes to go. They will just miss out on that final, but hopefully we'll see all 5 of those athletes back this summer or next year. And coming back to our final 2 crews of this second heat, we've got a stern coxed 4 from Arlington Belmont here in lane 1. And the crew from Neaponset in lane 4. The crew from Arlington Belmont will be the next to the line now, and rounding out the field will be our final crew from Neaponset. Now, that concludes the second heat, women's novice 4. We'll send it back up to the start for the final heat of the women's novice 4.
Northampton and lane 6 is Saugatuck. It looks like right now we've got pretty close pack here out on the water. Looks like the boat from in lane 6, Saugatuck, is pretty dead level with the boat in lane 2, Connecticut. And then back in lane 4, we've got Maine Coast. Maybe about astern on the 2 leaders. And then in lane 3, a little bit of overlap, maybe 3/4 of the length up, or rather down, is Litchfield. But it is these 2 novice 4s from Connecticut, Saugatuck versus Connecticut Boat Club. Saugatuck in the white shell with the black blades. Connecticut with the green visors and the black blades, black hull. I would give the advantage very slightly to Saugatuck, maybe half a seat up on Connecticut, but it's a close race. As these crews are about 750 meters into the race, this is the point where some of these coxswains are going to start to try to make moves, put their bows out in front. Looks like the Saugatuck coxswain is doing exactly that as they approach the 1,000-meter mark. These ladies are digging deep as they approach the 1,000-meter mark. Lane 4, Maine Coast, is right there in the 3rd place position, in striking distance of Connecticut Boat Club. Connecticut Boat Club in striking distance of Saugatuck. It's too close to tell on the 2 leaders. I would still give the slight advantage to Saugatuck as they have passed the 1,000-meter mark, maybe a seat, 2 seats up on Connecticut. Now let's see who in the second half can continue to race down this course push their bow out in front. Lane 4, Maine Coast has put open water up on Litchfield Hills. I would still say it's quite close between Connecticut and Saugatuck. They're going seat for seat, pretty dead level. Difficult positioning for those two coxswains as they are on the two furthest lanes from one another. And they're down in that bow cox position, which is quite difficult to see. One of these coxswains could take a big move and the other may not even be able to see it. Let's see who's going to do that as they approach the 750 meter to go mark. Quite level between the Connecticut boat and the Saugatuck boat. The Maine Coast boat continues to hold that third place spot quite comfortably, and they're going to want to start to wind it up if they want to move up to that second or first place position. Saugatuck appears to be about 1-2 seats up still on Connecticut, but Connecticut is right there with them, not letting go. Both crews well past the 750, and we're going to send it to the finish line to watch the end of this race.
As these crews look to enter the last 500 meters to go here, it will continue to be your two leaders from Connecticut, Connecticut Boat Club and Saugatuck, vying for two positions in this event's final tomorrow. These crews not having race and time trials this morning. They will go from heats to finals. Those who raced in time trials this morning will likely see semis this afternoon, followed by finals tomorrow. But if we direct our attention back to the course, it does continue to look like the two outside Connecticut crews leading the field, but now the pressure's on. The challenge has been set by the two crews in the middle. This will look to be Maine Coast in lane 4, with now about a length up on Litchfield Hills. And if Maine Coast can continue this charge, who knows, they could break into that leader spot and challenge those two crews from Connecticut. But I think these two crews from Connecticut have got eyes on that back field, and they said, okay, we know what we need to do. We need to crank it up to really secure our spot to vie for that title tomorrow. From this angle here at the finish line in the Crow's Nest of Lake Quinsigamond, I am going to give the advantage to Saugatuck out in lane 6, just by about a couple seats. I'm not going to rule out Connecticut just yet. We know Liz Tron does a really nice job with her athletes, producing some of the top athletes that go on to have very successful careers. So I'm not going to rule them out just yet. Connecticut now looking to lay it down. They're looking to challenge that lead from Saugatuck, and it does look like this will be a successful move here. They've raised the rate, raised the pressure. And I am going to give it to Connecticut at this point. If they continue this charge, yep, I would say they're about half a length up now. Saugatuck may look over at Connecticut and just say, hey, we'll let them take it and we'll see them in the finals. Connecticut now with a full length over Saugatuck in lane 6. It will be Connecticut first to the line in 3, 2, and there's your finish there from Connecticut, followed by Saugatuck to the line. These true crews in the middle, I am going to give it to Litchfield Hills with now close to 2/3 of a length up on the crews from Maine Coast. Really good duel by these two crews, but unfortunately not enough to catch those two crews from Connecticut. We do have one crew remaining on the course, and that will be the crew from Northampton out there in lane 5. Northampton with the bright yellow and dark blue blades, staying nice and smooth here. They don't necessarily have the same pep as, say, Connecticut or Saugatuck did coming into the sprint, but a well-rowed effort nonetheless. Northampton well into the 250 meters. They have about 150 left to go in this heat. And this is the Heat 3, third heat, women's novice 4. Northampton looking to take their final strokes. Really well rowed here at the 2023 U.S. Rowing Northeast Regional Championships. Northampton approaching the line now. Well-rowed athletes, and that rounds out the last of the women's novice 4s. As we transition back up to the start, we begin the next series of men's novice 4s. 3 heats to go. First one on deck. Back up to the start.
In their rhythm to try to walk through Norwalk River rowing. Then we got lane 2 and lane 6 in a close contested third place position. Lane 2 is Concord Crew and lane 6 is Westford. I would say Concord is about 2 seats up in that third place position. It's still Norwalk up out in front, but only maybe a seat or 2 up on Great Bay. Great Bay making a great push in this second half to try to take that first place position. Both crews approaching that 750 meter to go mark quite quickly. Going to make big pushes, and we're going to send it to the final to watch the end of this race.
And approaching 750 to go is the first heat of the men's novice 4. We've got Arlington, Belmont, Concord, Great Bay, Norwalk, Pioneer Valley, and Westford. Now entering the third, or well into the third 500 of their race here. Looks like we continue to have some close races here, some, we'll call them training partners, racing partners. It looks like the crews from lanes 3 and 4, Great Bay and Norwalk, are going together to lead this pack in the first heat of the men's novice 4. 3 heats, top 2 move on to finals. These are straight heats to finals. These crews did not race in time trials this morning. This is their first race on Lake Quinsigamond for this event. Many of these crews have raced here earlier in the season. But now with the full pack now into the last 500, we'll have to see what these crews are capable of. But it does look like we have 2 distinct leaders, just like we have seen all race. And it will be the crew from Great Bay and Norwalk leading. I'm going to give Norwalk in that far white boat the advantage. But good racing here between these top 2. The crew from Norwalk here just looking to really continue this surge, continue this flow that they've established pretty early on. But the crew from Great Bay making a good late charge here in the sprint. You know, that's what we expect to see when crews are neck and neck. It really comes down to who's going to pull what out for the sprint. Whether or not you jump on it early or come in a little bit late, there's still plenty of time to make it up. So this crew from Great Bay, it does look like they are being successful in their efforts. Walking up on seats, we see a seat taken there. They are going to have to really step on it to try and challenge that leader. But unfortunately, it looks like they're going to run out of room. I'm going to give it Norwalk with about a seat and a deck over that crew from Great Bay. But those will be your top two that will move on unofficially to the final. Coming back here, we'll pick up the crew from Concord in lane 2, having a great race here, followed by the crew from Westford out in lane 6. We got Concord to the line now for that 3rd place position, Westford for 4th, followed by Arlington Belmont in lane 1, and rounding out the field will be Pioneer Valley in lane 5. And there is your first heat of the men's novice 4. We'll kick it back up to the start for the second heat.
And here we have the men's novice 4+ heat 2. Lane 1, Arlington Belmont B. Lane 2, Lake Community Rowing. Lane 3, Litchfield Hills. Lane 4, Neponset. Lane 5, Pioneer Valley Riverfront Club. And lane 6 is Wayland Weston. Right now, it looks like lane 3 is your 500 meter mark winner, or leader rather. That is Litchfield Hills, about half a boat length of open water up on lane 4, which is Neponset, who is about bow to stern up on lane 5, Pioneer Valley Rowing Riverfront Club. But it is the clear leader right now, lane 3, Litchfield Hills, as they continue to work through the 750 meter mark into the race. A nice strong rhythm coming out of their crew right now. A little bit lower in stroke rate than the lane 4 crew, but they're taking big monster strokes as they head towards the 1,000 meter mark, and they want to continue that lead to get a spot in the final tomorrow. Lane 4, Litchfield Hills, continues to push through as they want to extend their lead on lane 5. Lane 4, Neponset, taking big moves to try to catch up to lane 3 as they approach the 1,000 meter mark. Litchfield Hills going through the 1,000 meter mark, about a boat length of open water up on lane 4, Neponset. Neponset goes through the 1,000 meter mark, taking big moves, trying to extend their lead on lane 5. All crews now into the second half of this race, trying to take any kind of moves they can to keep extending their lead or pull themselves back into it. But it is our clear leaders right now, lane 3, Litchfield Hills, as they approach the 750-meter mark. A nice strong rhythm coming from the Litchfield Hills crew. Looks like lane 5, and we're gonna send it to the finish line to watch the end of this race.
Because I didn't know if it was you. Coming into the top of the 500-meter mark now, we've got the second heat of the men's novice 4. We are looking for 2 entries to send on to the finals. We see the crew from Litchfield Hills in lane 3 continuing to have a very strong performance in this heat. With the rest of the crews, rest of the pack, in a pretty, I'm not going to call it tight, but a pretty close moving pack. I think anybody can still snag that second place spot, but it continues to be Litchfield Hills in lane 3, asserting their dominance over the rest of this field. Stretching back, we've got a couple good duels going, especially with the crews in the far lanes and the near lanes. So lanes 1 and 2 are going to be Arlington, Belmont, and Coventry Lake. And then the 3 crews out on the far side behind Litchfield Hills, it's going to be a closer battle with Neoponset and Pioneer Valley. I'm going to give Neoponset about a half a length lead over the crew from Pioneer Valley. Waylon Weston back a couple lengths off the pace. But it continues to be your leaders, Litchfield Hills, with multiple open lengths over the rest of the field as they enter 250 to go here. Looks like the crew from Neoponset is making a case for themselves to earn that second place spot into the finals. I would give them that they've got a length up on the crew from Pioneer Valley and a couple lengths over the crew from Arlington Belmont out here in lane 1. Litchfield Hills now well within the red zone, the red buoys here as they look to charge to the line. And it will be the crew from Neoponset that has separated themselves from the rest of the field by about a length. They might be looking around and saying, all right, with about 15 strokes to go, we can conserve our energy. But it does look like there's a late charge from the crew from Pioneer Valley in that hull next to him in lane 5. But Neoponset squarely in control here. Litchfield Hills first to the line now. Lengths back, about 5 strokes back, we do have the crew from Neoponset. Now with a length above Pioneer Valley. Arlington Belmont here. Now looking to overtake Waylon Weston for that 4th place spot. Arlington Belmont now with just opening water on that far boat from Waylon Weston. AB crew to the line now. Over length from Waylon Weston. And rounding out this heat, it's going to be Coventry Lake crew out of Storrs, Connecticut in lane 2 to finish up heat 2 of the men's novice 4. Well rowed by Litchfield Hills. We'll be excited to see them in the final. Going back up to the start for heat 3 of the men's novice 4.
do you think you say this one? Like McGunticook. I'm gonna guess.
Just say apologies in advance.
Yeah.
Five.
And here we have race number 43, the men's novice 4, heat 3, lane 1, CRI A, lane 2, CRI B, lane 3, Maine Coast, lane 4, McGunticook, lane 5, Riverfront Recapture, and lane 6 is Saugatuck. Right now, we have a really tight race for the 1, 2, 3 spot. It looks like lane 6, Saugatuck, and lane 1, CRI A, and lane 3, Maine Coast, are all battling it out for the 1, 2, 3 spot. I would say CRI A is about half a length up on Saugatuck and Maine Coast. CRI A continues to push out in front at about the 750 meter mark into the race. The rain has slightly come down since the earlier races about 30 minutes ago, which is nice for these crews. But still, all crews seem pretty unfazed by the conditions. They're in their rhythm, laying down some fast, fierce times out here. And CRI A continues to extend their lead on the field about astern on Maine Coast and Saugatuck at about 800 meters into the race. CRI A continues to push out in front, breaking open water on Maine Coast, who's in second right now in lane 3. Saugatuck about 2 seats back on Maine Coast as they approach the 1,000 meter mark. CRI A will be the first through the 1,000 meter mark. Relentlessly extending their lead on the field as they attack the second half of this piece. Maine Coast in second, Saugatuck in third. And back and forth we have CRI B and Riverfront in fifth in lane 5. Really strong showing from the CRI crew based out in Boston, Massachusetts. They're notorious for their red Hudson hulls with red oars. Just absolutely attacking this second half of the race, continuing their lead out on the field. Rain picking up right here, but they're completely unfazed, relentless. They want to get a good lane for that final tomorrow. Looks like Maine Coast still just slightly up on Saugatuck, but Saugatuck very much so in striking distance as all crews are heading fast towards that 750 meter mark. And we're going to send it to the finish line to watch the end of this race.
And CRI continues to be our leader here out of lane 1. This is the men's novice 4, heat 3. As Jimmy was saying, CRI, you can spot them a mile away with their red hulls, red unis, just up the street in Boston. One of the, if not the largest rowing club in the world, with the number of programs that they offer to the general public. CRI now into the last 500 meters of the race here at the 2023 Northeast Youth Regionals here in Worcester, Massachusetts. 2 entries from this heat move on to finals to join the other 4 qualifiers from the earlier heats. CRI going uncontested here. Say the race for second place is where it's at. Continues to be the 2 crews charging from Maine Coast as well as Saugatuck out in that far lane. I'm going to give Saugatuck the advantage by a length here. Saugatuck looks like they're taking a preemptive move to the 250, trying to close that gap on CRI, but CRI just looking really in control, in the zone, in sync as they enter 250 to go. Will be CRI with just about a half a length of open water over Saugatuck here. Maine Coast just about a boat length off the pace of Saugatuck. You can hear the coxswains from multiple of these crews from really demanding more, trying to assert their bows forward, but it will continue to be the shark fin from CRI out of that Hudson leading this chase to the finish. Maine Coast has jacked up their rate, trying to make up the difference into Saugatuck. But despite having a higher cadence, they're not going to really be able to make too much of a dent. I think that this is a successful move. You can see that the gap between the bow of Maine Coast and the stern of Saugatuck has decreased, but I'm going to say with pretty big confidence that it will continue to be Saugatuck that will get to the line next, pushing them into the final. But really good push out of Maine Coast. It's just going to be that they're running out of room. But Maine Coast to round out that 3rd place finish. Stretching back, CRI B is next up to the line in this succession. CRI B racing a stern coxed 4. 2 competitive CRI crews in this event. CRI B having open water back on the remaining crews from Riverfront Recapture in lane 5 and Maguntatuk. But CRI B to the line now, followed by Riverfront Recapture out of Hartford, Connecticut in lane 5. And rounding out the field in lane 4 will be the other boat from Maine. That concludes the men's novice 4 3 heats. We'll now send it back up to the start line for the women's novice doubles.
And we're coming at you at the first 500-meter mark of race 44. This is the women's novice double heat 1. Lane 1, we have Bromfield Action. Lane 2, we have Litchfield Hills. Lane 3, Medford. Lane 4 is Noank. And lane 5 is Pioneer Valley Riverfront Club. And right now we have a really tight race for first and second out of lane 4 and lane 5. That is Medford and Noank. This is the lane 4 is Martin and Thorndike. Lane 3 is DeSautels and Chavez. apologies if I mispronounce those, but we're seeing a really tight race right here. Lane 5 just about 1-2 seats up on lane 4. Really nice rhythm from both crews. Smooth rhythm, big strong finish to the bow. And lane 5 continues to make a huge push at the 750 meter mark as they're taking seats on lane 4 and extending their lead. About to break open water at about the 750 meter mark into the race. Both crews at about 28 strokes per minute. Rain has started to taper off a little bit here in Worcester, Massachusetts. Nice flat conditions for these boats out here. And that lane 5 boat continues to just press out in front, taking a big push as they approach the 1,000 meter mark fast. Lane 4 still right there with them, maybe a length of open water back, but strong, very comfortably in second place, continuing to push out in front. Both boats wanting to take a big chunk out of the middle 1,000 of this race. Bow seat of lane 5, taking a look back, seeing how close they are to the 1,000 meter mark, maybe 10 strokes from the 1,000 meter mark as they continue to press their lead out, unrelentless as they approach the 1,000 meter mark. Lane 5, first boat through the 1,000 meter mark. A little bit of a slip up there, but they're going right back into it, resetting, and they're right back in their rhythm. Lane 4 coming to challenge a little bit of that mistake, but lane 4 recovered quite nicely, still back in their rhythm. Just a little adjustment on their steering, and they're right back in it. Continuing to press out at about the 1,100 meter mark. These doubles are very comfortably in the 1 and 2 spot, but still a lot of racetrack left in this race as they continue to rip down the course. Rain's picking up on the second 1,000 of the course, and we're going to send it down to the finish line to watch the end of this doubles race.
All right, welcoming the women's novice double heat 1 into the last 500 meters of this race. As we heard from Jimmy, we've got some early leaders that have continued to break away from the pack. They'll look to continue their charge on here in the first heat. Unlike other heats that we have seen, there are only 2 heats of the women's novice double, so that means we are sending not 2 but 3 entries from each of these heats into the final. So women's novice doubles coming into view here. It is going to continue to be the crews from those far lanes, making a very good contest for themselves. The crew from Pioneer Valley Riverfront in lane 5 with a substantial lead over the crew from Noank in lane 4. Those two will continue to lead the rest of the field as they come into their final strokes of the race. That far crew from Pioneer Valley continuing to look really strong here in that white hull on the opposite side of your screen. Pioneer Valley with a couple lengths of open over the crew from Noank. Now into 250 to go. They are sitting pretty comfortable. Pending any unforeseen obstacles or challenges that they may face in 250 meters, they will be the first women's novice double to punch their ticket, earn them a spot in the finals tomorrow. Looks like there has been a little hiccup here with this crew back. Hopefully we can get it right back, but it does look like they are coming to a full stop. But they've got plenty of time. Hopefully there's not too much of a snafu. We see the stroke seat has started to row, but the bow seat is still sitting out. But coming to the line, it is the crew from Pioneer Valley. Continuing to the finals. This crew from Noank back, even though they're still rowing with one person, they do still have time. But with that crew coming up from Litchfield, they could take it. But that stroke seat from Noank is not going to give up easy. The crew from Litchfield Hills here in lane 2, really starting to make up some ground. But I don't know, this could be pretty tight. Good on that stroke seat from that far crew. Just continuing her very best to keep pushing that boat forward. But unfortunately, I think it will be Litchfield that may gain that that second qualifying spot. Top 3. Not just top 2, move on. So Litchfield coming to the line now, followed by that crew from Noank. We'll send 3 on to the grand final.
Norwalk still holding their lead, and they've responded to Narragansett's big third 500 push by going 2 seats up on them again. Slight advantage to Norwalk, but really nice racing from these 2 leading crews. Bow seat of Narragansett, turn around, taking a look, seeing where she is on the course. And we're going to send it to the finish line to watch the end of the women's novice doubles heat 2.
Your two early leaders of this event, that's going to be Norwalk and Narragansett, continue to hold their positions as they come into their final 500 of the race. Again, as a reminder, it will be the top 3 out of this event. Top 3 out of this heat will move on to finals, but your two early leaders have continued to hold their positions throughout this race, showing dominance, showing confidence. It will be Narragansett and Norwalk. Being your two leaders here. With the remaining 3 crews from Lowell, Gordon, and Great Bay. But approaching 250 meters to go, it will be the crew from Norwalk out in lane 4 and Narragansett in lane 3. Really good on these beginner crews. Their first year of racing, their novice year, showing a lot of promise for the future. It does look like Norwalk has started their sprint, coming up a beat or 2. The crew from Narragansett responding. And so far joining them in the final, it looks like it would be Great Bay in lane 2. But coming into their final strokes here, Norwalk with about 2 lengths of open back to Narragansett. Narragansett with a substantial lead over the crew from Great Bay. But Norwalk, out of Norwalk, Connecticut, first to the line. Followed by the double from Narragansett. Narragansett, as we know, very competitive sculling program out of Rhode Island. And making their way to the line will be Great Bay. Great Bay at the line now, followed by Gordon in lane 1.
Lane 5 is our leaders right now. Notre Dame in a really nice, strong rhythm, unfazed by the rain, unfazed by the wind, showing their dominance on this race as they approach the 1,000-meter mark. Lane 4 quite close behind Notre Dame is the Narragansett double as they both approach the 1,000-meter mark. Looks like lane 5 took a nice push, opening up their lead on lane 4. Really nice rhythm out of this lane 5 boat. Both oars entering the water right at the same time, exiting at the same time. Really nice rhythm. Good composure from this lane 5 crew of Notre Dame. That is Brennan and Jeffrey. Narragansett taking a nice push in the third 500, trying to close that gap. And we're going to send it to the finish line to watch the end of this race.
Sending them out. They're slow. Not like the other ones.
First heat men's novice double on the course. Unlike the women's novice double, men's novice double will have 3 heats. So we will send top 2 from each heat into the finals tomorrow. Coming into 500 to go, we see our first leaders with 4 boats in. And it looks like our leaders here will be the crews from Narragansett in lane 4, as well as the crew from Notre Dame in lane 5. Not too far off the pace, we'll see Bromfield, Acton, Boxborough in lane 1. And rounding out the field will be Great Bay in lane 2. But well within 500 meters to go, it is the crews from Notre Dame, Narragansett, and Great Bay now in 500 to go. And we'll give it to the crew from Notre Dame out in lane 5 with about a length of open ahead of Narragansett. Narragansett having about a length of open on the crew from Great Bay. Top 2 to move on. We have the crew from Notre Dame, the first to enter the red zone, 250 meters to go. But here comes a late charge from Narragansett. Narragansett knowing that they're well ahead of the rest of the field, but wanting to make a statement. They're going to look to take a move to see if they can walk back and change the finish order of this heat. And with a successful move here, they are just walking on that crew from Notre Dame. With only about 100 meters left, we'll have to see if Notre Dame can hold off the crew from Narragansett. So far, they are pretty successful, but here comes Narragansett. It really is going to depend on these last 3 strokes. But folks, there are your 2 entries. I'm going to give it to Narragansett by a deck. Very small deck over Notre Dame, but there are your 2 unofficial qualifiers out of this heat into the final, followed by the crew from Bromfield, Acton, Boxborough. Rounding out the 3rd place position. And dropping back, coming into the last 100 or so meters of their race is the crew from Great Bay. Great Bay raising their rate, bumping it up to finish off the day. This is the first of 3 heats of the men's novice double here at the 2023 U.S. Rowing Northeast Regional Championships. And already on the course, we've got heat 2, so we'll send it back up to the start.
And here we are picking you up at the 500-meter mark of the men's novice double heat 2. In lane 1, we have Cape and Islands, 2 GMS, lane 4 Narragansett, and lane 5 is Maritime. Right now, our early leaders in this race are lane 5 and lane 4. That is Narragansett and Maritime. Maritime is here with the white blades, the yellow Empacher shell, and the blue unis. Narragansett in this silver shell with the white oars as well, and the white and black unis. I would say right now, about 600, 700 meters into this race, it is Maritime just about half a length up on Narragansett, but Narragansett right in there with them. And then I would say comfortably in lane 2 is the third place in this race. That is the boat from GMS. And then in lane 1, we have Cape and Islands about bow to stern on that GMS boat in the blue boat with the blue oars. But in our front runners, it's still quite close. I would say the Maritime boat maybe has a slight deck advantage over the Narragansett crew, but both crews are very much so in striking distance of one another. The leading crews that are about 800 meters into the start of this race, bowmans are taking a look behind them, seeing how close to the 1,000-meter mark, and one of them wants to put their bow out in front. Really nice push from the Narragansett crew as they approach the 1,000-meter mark. Boats are almost dead level, still a very slight advantage to the boat from Maritime. Maritime first boat to cross the 1,000-meter mark, just slightly over the Narragansett crew. Really strong competition between these two crews. Seeing both the strokes kind of looking out at each other, trying to get the advantage, but neither one is letting off. You can hear from both crews, both strokes are trying to take moves, shouting to their double partners, saying, "We have to go now, we have to go now." Really level from the two leading crews right now. No real advantage to either one. Maritime maybe slightly in advance, and we're going to send it to the finish line to watch the end of the doubles race.
Nope, that's you. Second heat, men's novice double. Looks like we've got some early leaders that are continuing to hold their position over the rest of the field. Going to give it to the crews from Narragansett again, out there in lane 4, and from Maritime in lane 5. Both Narragansett and Maritime are known for their sculling programs, showing a lot of dominance. Maritime, especially in the quad. Narragansett does a really nice job with small boats, singles and doubles. So we can expect big things out of these crews. Now, well within 500 meters to go, we've got the entire field searching for that finish line here, but it will continue to be your early leaders from Maritime and Narragansett. Narragansett with just about a seat over the crew from Maritime. Anyone's game as they look to enter the sprint, last 250s into that red zone. Out here in lane 1 will be the crew from Cape and Islands. Only looking to send the top 2. So Narragansett and Maritime certainly making case for themselves. They'll go roughly uncontested here, pending any unforeseen circumstances in the last 250 meters. But here they are matching stroke for stroke. Now it's just a game of bragging rights to who's going to get the better lane going into the final. And it does look like Narragansett has overtaken the crew from Maritime. Whether or not that's part of Maritime's strategy of, hey, we'll see you in the final, we're going to save our energy a bit. But Narragansett now looking to go open water on the crew from Maritime. Maritime does look to be a little bit more conservative with their energy, whereas Narragansett, they're just firing in all cylinders, looking to push that bow across the line. And it's Narragansett to the line now with a length of open over the crew from Maritime. Coming back to the crew from Cape and Islands in that bright blue boat matching blades. They're entering their last few strokes of the race here. And excuse me, that would be the crew from GMS. Followed by another Maritime crew to round out this field.
We need to go do something. I was like, yes. I'm not getting screwed by PETA.
Yeah, where's our environmental police now?
Go, Cat, go.
5, 4, 6.
And here we have the men's novice double heat 3. In lane 1 is Roe Boston, lane 2 GMS, lane 3 Litchfield Hills, lane 4 Litchfield Hills, and lane 5 we have Maritime. Right now our early leaders at the 500 meter mark is the lane 1, which is Roe Boston. They're about half a length of open up on the lane 2 team, which is GMS. Then back in the 3rd place position, we've got lane 3 and lane 5 battling it out. That is Litchfield Hills and Maritime. Really close racing across the field right here. But it is Roe Boston as they approach the 750 meter mark into the course. They have a very clear dominance on this race. The bow seat is turning around, looking to see where that 1,000 meter mark is, as they've got eyes on the whole field behind them. In lane 2, we have the GMS boat. They're slightly understroking the Roe Boston boat, but clearly that is working for the Roe Boston boat as they are having a really strong showing in this double semifinal.
In the third place position, we have lane 3, which is Litchfield Hills of Jinx and McTamney. Excuse me if I'm saying that wrong. But lane 4 is taking a big push at them. It is their teammates. This must be very interesting. They must know each other's race tactics, as they have probably prepped for this race side by side all season long. The lane 4 crew from Litchfield is taking a big push on the lane 3 crew from Litchfield as they approach the 1,000-meter mark. In our leading position, we have Bro Boston, first one through the 1,000-meter mark. Then we have GMS in the second place position. Still about 2 seats of open water back is that GMS boat. Still within striking distance, though, as they are well within the third 500 of this race. Both crews really strong here at a 30. I would say a little bit lower in the GMS boat, maybe a 29, 28.
That's okay, keep going.
The Row Boston boat continues to expand its lead, but I believe GMS has them stopped right now at almost about astern, and we're going to send it to the finish line to watch the rest of this race.
That's a battery.
Championships is on the course and approaching the last 500 meters. From here, we will transition into our first round of semis after this race. So this is the third heat of the men's novice double to round out the heats here at the Northeast Regionals at Lake Quinsigamond in Worcester, Massachusetts. We've got 2 more entries up for grabs in this event. We've got crews from Litchfield Hills, GMS, and Row Boston vying for the last 2 spots in the semifinals. And it does look like we continue to have some leaders in this field. It does look like the crew from Row Boston and GMS asserting themselves forward. But we'll have to wait and see what the sprint brings us, because it does look like we've got some challengers coming out from the third and fourth place positions here. So the schedule of events, we saw time trials this morning, which will lead to semis this afternoon. Then we entered into the next phase, which were heats to finals. And this afternoon, we will pick up those semis from the time trials this morning. So rounding out the heats is this last heat of the men's novice doubles, and it continues to be the crew from Row Boston in lane 1, based out of CRI, so we see them with the red Hudson hulls and red blades to match. Followed closely by the crew from GMS, just off their side in lane 2. CRI with about a length lead going into the sprint over the crew from GMS. GMS having multiple open lengths over the rest of the field. That'll be from Litchfield. But it continues to be the crew from Row Boston with a commanding presence here in the sprint. Now with open water over GMS. GMS looks to be a bit conservative here, looking back on the rest of the field. But both crews, now it's just smooth sailing in these last 15 strokes into the finish in the red zone buoys. The crew from CRI rowing higher than GMS by about 2 to 3 beats. GMS looking to stay longer and lower than CRI. It'll make for an exciting final tomorrow as they look to join the rest of the field, unofficially of course, in that final. CRI quickly approaching the line with 3 strokes to go. Followed length and a half behind is the double entry from GMS. Up on the rest of the field, we've got Litchfield. Now some inter-squad competition here, looking for that line. With a late surge out from that far lane, lane 5. It does look like they are going to run just shy of switching that Litchfield order, but congratulations to Litchfield nonetheless. And rounding out this field will be another Maritime entry in that far lane. Maritime with about 15 strokes to go. This is the end of the heats racing here at the 2023 U.S. Rowing Northeast Regional Championships. Up next, we start with the semifinals. Up first, men's single. We'll head back up to the start.
Okay, go ahead.
And here we have the first semifinal of the men's youth single. In lane 1, we have Riverfront Recapture. Lane 2, we have Gordon. Lane 3 is GMS. Lane 4 is Cambridge. Lane 5 is Cambridge. And lane 6 is Lake Quinsigamond. It appears that lane 4 is our, 500-meter leader. That is the single sculler from Cambridge, Jonathan Wang. I would say he's about a length up on the lane 5 sculler, which is also from Cambridge, Winston Stoll. So this must be fun for the two of them, two teammates battling it out. Both of them probably having some idea of the other's race plan, probably coached by the same person, so must be fun to know exactly when someone's going to do something. Then in lane 3, our third place currently is Zach Smuckler from GMS. Jonathan in lane 4 continues to extend his lead out on his teammate. He's tapping it along at a 32, 33 strokes per minute. Nice Empacher hole with the blue blades. His teammate in a white shell with blue blades. But Jonathan really continues to push his lead as he comes through the 1,000-meter mark first, with Winston close behind him, still within a few seats of open water between these two leading boats. But lane 3 takes a nice push in the third 500. That is Zach Smuckler from GMS. I would say he's about bow to Stern on the second place boat in lane 5. Jonathan Wang continues to push a really comfortable lead and extend it out on the field as he has full sights on the rest of the field. A really strong place to be in when leading in these smaller boats. You can see exactly when someone takes the push, when someone's gaining on you. You can adjust your race plan for that. I would say Jonathan Wang about one length of open water up on his teammate Winston Stoll from Cambridge, and then Zach Smuckler in third, but it's a very close third. I would say maybe half a length down to the other boat from Cambridge, as all three of these singles are just around the 750 meter mark. And we're gonna send it to the finish line for the final of the first semifinal of the single scullers.
The semis will send top 3 out of each semi onto the final. We've got 2 distinct leaders. That'll be GMS and Cambridge. So lane 5, Cambridge, will look to be the first one to enter into the full sprint zone, followed closely flanked by either side. Another teammate from Cambridge, as well as Lake Quinsigamond on the far side in lane 6. Good rhythm here. Beautiful conditions here at Lake Quinsigamond, Worcester, Massachusetts. And my apologies, it will be lanes 3, 4, and 5 are going to be our leaders here. So this is going to be Jonathan Wang from Cambridge out in lane 4 out ahead, followed by teammate Winston Stoll in lane 5, and Zach Smuckler from GMS in lane 3. But sending top 3 into the finals, it looks like we have our 3 contenders, unofficially of course, with 2 entries from Cambridge and 1 entry from GMS. Jonathan Wang from Cambridge out in lane 4, looking really smooth here. Really good leverage off that front end. Good boat run, not a lot of crashing of the stern tip into the water. Maintaining good balance, good length. Frankly, making it look really easy as he slides into the last 10 strokes here of his campaign into the final. Teammate Winston on the far side, looking to match the same pace. Looks like he's throwing a little bit of a kick on that end just to practice it for tomorrow's final. And Zach from GMS now approaching the line. He'll be excited to punch his ticket into the final, unofficially of course. Next to the line, we've got lane 6. Hometown favorite, Donovan Sappett from Lake Quinsigamond. So he knows this water all too well and how to manage lane 6 versus lane 1. But Donovan will look to have a full length over Liam from Gordon in lane 2 and Ian in lane 1 from Riverfront. Donovan at the line now, rounding out 4th. Liam from Gordon at the line now. And rounding out this field will be Ian Zitzcat from Riverfront Recapture in Hartford, Connecticut. Great semifinal to kick us off. We'll send it back up to the start for the second semifinal, where we'll look for 3 more qualified entries.
And here is the second semifinal of the men's youth single. In lane 1, we have Narragansett. Lane 2, Roe Boston. Lane 3, Wayland Weston. Lane 4, Narragansett. Lane 5, Putney. And lane 6 is Saugatuck. Right now, I would say we're about 10 strokes past the 500-meter mark, and our front runner is lane 4. That is Charles Whitaker from Narragansett. He has about a stern on lane 3, which is the single sculler from Wayland Weston, Zachary Cano. Excuse me if I mispronounced that. And then we have a really tight race for third in lane 5 and 6. That is Aiden Michael and Luke Miller Fitzpatrick from Saugatuck. Top 3 will go on to the A final, so that's a really contested spot right there. Looks like lane 5, Aiden Michael from Putney is taking a big push at the 750-meter mark, putting himself about half a length up on the sculler from Saugatuck. And the sculler from Wayland Weston made a big push. Zachary Cano on Charles Whitaker from Narragansett. I would say Charles maybe has a 1C, 2C lead, but it is a really close race for first. Top 3 will qualify for the A final, but it is still important on placing because that determines the lanes for the final tomorrow. Top finishers get the best lane. So winning this race is still important. As we come through, I would say it's too close to call for the 1 and 2 spot as we go through the 1,000-meter mark rather. I would say slight advantage to the sculler from Wayland Weston, Zachary. But it's only a seat or 2, both quite in striking distance. Back in the 3rd place position, lane 5, Aiden Michael from Putney really made a huge push through the middle of 1,000, opening up clear open water on lane 6, the sculler from Saugatuck. Really nice rhythm in all of these crews out here. You know, the rain has come down slightly, which is quite nice for this race. A little bit of adjustment in steering from the officials, but nothing too crazy. All boats are still very much so in their lanes, and we're going to send it to the finish line to watch the end of this race.
Semifinal number 2, now entering 750 to go. We are looking to send 3 out of 6 entries to the grand final at a shot for the Youth National Championships. These crews, these 6 gentlemen here, did race this morning in the time trials. So now it's up to the test of what they can do here to see if they can be that much closer to punching their ticket to Sarasota. Out of the first heat, it has been marked as official, so we will see Jonathan, Winston, and Zach, Cambridge GMS, in the grand final tomorrow. And looking at what's coming down the course to us now, looks like it will continue to be lane 4, another Narragansett entry. That's Charles Whitaker, followed closely by Aiden Michael from Putney in lane 5. And for 3rd place, we'll have to see what it's going to shake out to be. And my apologies, that is actually going to be Zachary Cano from Wayland Weston and Charles Whitaker from Narragansett as your 2 leaders. Zachary with the orange and maroon blades from Wayland Weston has a commanding lead and has had one since the start of the race, and we'll look to continue that in his campaign towards the finish line now. Charles from Narragansett out there in lane 4 will look to hold that second spot into the qualifiers. But the third spot, still very much up for grabs. And Zach certainly making a case for himself, just separating the field by not one, but multiple lengths of open water here. He's looking to change his cadence here. You can see he's cut his lay back a bit to try and jack up the rate. It does look like lane 5, Aiden Michael from Putney, is starting to make his case for that third place entry, that final qualifying spot for the grand final in the men's youth single here at the 2023 U.S. Rowing Northeast Regional Championships. But it will be Zachary Kano approaching his last few strokes here, last big 5 from Waylon Weston, being the first to qualify out of this semifinal, followed by Charles from Narragansett, couple lengths back. Charles has a few lengths over lane 5, Aiden Michael from Putney. Luke Miller Fitzpatrick from Saugatuck rounds out place number 4 out there in lane 6. Followed by another Narragansett entry and Roe Boston to round out this semifinal of the men's single. So unofficially, it will be Zachary Kano from Waylon Weston, Charles Whittaker from Narragansett, Aiden Michael from Putney joining Jonathan and Winston from Cambridge, and Zach from GMS in the grand final of the men's single. We'll head back up to the start for the men's double semifinal 1.
Oh God, right in my lens. Five, 4.
And here we have the first semifinal of the men's youth double. In lane 1, we have Noank. In lane 2, we have Great River. Lane 3, Norwalk River. Lane 4 is Concord. Lane 5, Narragansett. And lane 6 is Saugatuck. Right now, I would say our 600-meter mark leader is the crew from Concord. That is lane 4 of the double partners of Lone and Garside. They're really out here with a really strong, aggressive rhythm much more aggressive than the rest of the field from my view. I would say they're about bow to stern up on the boat from lane 3, which is Norwalk River, the double partners of McDonald and Blazakowicz. I apologize, I definitely messed that up. And in third place, we have the boat from lane 5, which is Narragansett, Adams and Cohen. And then in the fourth place position, about a length of open water back, is the boat from Saugatuck, Chadwick, and Bernheim. And then in the fifth place position, we have the boat from lane 2, Great River. But it is our leaders right here in the Concord crew boat that is really setting a really nice tone, a really aggressive pace at about 34 strokes per minute as they approach the 1,000-meter mark. But lane 3 making a big push as they come through the 1,000-meter mark, maybe 2-3 seats down on the boat from Concord. Lane 3 is that Norwalk River crew right now, and they really want to make a big push into the leading boat of Concord. Crews approaching the 1,250-meter mark into this race. Let's see who can make a big push in the third 500. Top 3 qualify for the A final, which will be tomorrow. We have 3 boats, and we will be sending it to the finish line to watch the end of this race.
Now into the last 500 meters. It is the first semifinal men's double. We'll look to send 3 from each semi. With our crews here, looks like we've got 2 pretty solid contenders here, just like we've seen all race so far. And that will be the crew from Concord in lane 4. And going right with them will be Norwalk River Rowing in lane 3. That third place spot looks like the duo from Narragansett are making a pretty solid case for themselves. But we'll see what happens when we come into the 250 to go. But it continues to be the crew from Concord out in lane 4 looking really smooth. Good transition here as they raise the rate, looking to extend the distance that they have over the next 2 qualifying crews. And riding in second place is the duo from Norwalk River Rowing in lane 3. They're taking a bit of a different approach. It looks like they're conserving a bit of their energy. We see the crew from Narragansett in lane 5 of Adams and Cohen, looking to just maintain their rhythm here as they close into the last 20 strokes of their race. But looking really strong, really powerful is that crew from Concord. At the line now, they finish with multiple lengths over the rest of the field. Second to the line will be the crew for Norwalk River Rowing. just about a length of open water back is that crew from Narragansett. And unofficially, those are going to be your first 3 men's doubles headed into the final. Coming to the line now, we've got lane 6, that's Saugatuck. Saugatuck leads Great River. And excuse me, they lead, yep, Great River just by a couple lengths. Great River in lane 2 with multiple lengths over the duo from Noank in lane 1, who looks to finish their race with about 5 strokes to go. And there it is, folks, unofficially rounding out the last of the first semifinal men's youth double is the crew from Noank, but we'll send crews from Concord, Norwalk, and Narragansett unofficially into the grand final at a shot to see them in Sarasota. We'll head back up to the start for the second semifinal.
Better.
And here we have the second semifinal of the men's youth double. In lane 1, Cape Island. Lane 2, Great Bay. Lane 3, Narragansett. Lane 4, Roe Boston. Lane 5, Will and Weston. And lane 6 is Maritime. Right now, our 600-meter mark leader is the boat from lane 4, Roe Boston. The double pairing of Grimes and John, doing a really nice job of setting the tone early and right into their base rhythm off those high strokes from the start. I would say all crews are rowing quite similar stroke rates, around 32, 34 range. In second place is lane 5, the boat from Will and Weston, made up of Lane and Bale. And then in lane 3, we have our third place currently, which is the boat from Narragansett, which is Kearns and Edgar Smith. Top 3 go on to the A final. But as I had mentioned before, lanes do matter, so winning this race or getting in the best you possibly can is quite important. They will race in the final tomorrow. And right now, if things hold, we have our 1, 2, 3 of Roe Boston, Will and Weston, and then Narragansett. But I would say Narragansett's making quite a good push against the Whalen Weston crew as they are at about the 800-meter mark. Big push from the Narragansett boat as they move themselves into the second place position with Roe Boston about 2 boat lengths of open water up on the field. Roe Boston first one's through the 1,000-meter mark. Narragansett second to the 1,000-meter mark, and the boat from Whalen Weston still currently in third. Let's see who makes a big push in the third 500. Can Narragansett hold on to the big push they just made? Or will Whalen Weston respond as we find ourselves at about just shy of the 750-meter mark to go? But Roe Boston really having a nice go of it out here. The rain's tapered off a little bit from about an hour ago, and we're gonna send it off to the finish line to watch the end of this semifinal.
Excuse me. The crew from Concord, Norwalk River Rowing, and Narragansett. So out of the 6 crews on the course now, 3 will join those 3. So we have Cape and Islands, Great Bay, Narragansett, Roe Boston, Whalen Weston, and Maritime, all vying for 3 spots in that grand final, one step closer to sunny Sarasota, Florida. And at 750 meters, it does look like our leaders continue on their charge. With the crew from Roe Boston continuing their campaign, along with the crew from Narragansett staying right on pace with them. We'll see what happens as they enter in the sprint. But it does look like the crew from Roe Boston, Whalen Weston, and Narragansett will be the 3 first to enter the 500-meter to-go mark. Sarasota will look to welcome crews from all regions who qualify using their regional qualifier, as well as other associated state championships or other notable regattas. As I mentioned earlier this afternoon, this is one of 2 regional championships by U.S. Rowing that is running currently. We've got Northwest Championships as well that are looking to identify top in their region who will compete for national titles. Coming into view here in the last 300 meters, it does continue to be your leaders of Roe Boston in lane 4 over the crews from Narragansett and Whalen Weston, but those 3 continue to hold their positions as they inch closer to the finish line here. GMS with a slight advantage over the crew from Whalen Weston. I would give them just about a half a length because Whalen Weston now on a hunt to chase down and pass that crew from Narragansett. And it looks like they have drawn even. We'll have to see how this unfolds with each buoy that passes. But Roe Boston with a absolutely dominating lead over the field here. With about 10 strokes to go, they've jacked the rate. Hands moving quicker coming out of the bow. But they are set on their way right into the grand final. Narragansett now taking back and overtaking Whalen Weston. There's their kick of a sprint. Whalen Weston kind of just going right with the pace. I'm sure they might be thinking to themselves, you know, go right ahead, we'll catch you in the final. So these 3 crews unofficially, Roe Boston, Narragansett, and Whalen Weston, will round out the men's final of the youth double tomorrow. And there's Narragansett with about 4 seconds over the crew from Whalen Weston. And dropping back to the second half of the field, we've got the crew from Great Bay in lane 2 and Maritime in lane 6, rounding out the field. Maritime with about a length over the crew from Great Bay. Great Bay making a late charge, trying to make up some groundwork here, but it's not going to be enough. Maritime is at the line just about now, and Great Bay about 5.5 seconds off the pace. Well rowed all crews. That is the men's double We'll now kick up back to the start for the women's double semifinal 1. All right, now switching over to the women's youth double semifinal 1. Just like the men's, we'll look to send 3 from each semifinal into the grand final tomorrow. Vying for those positions in this event will be the King School Connecticut Boat Club, Cambridge, Bromfield, Acton, Boxborough, and Gordon. The two crews from Cambridge sitting in some of the top stated positions as noted from this morning. Continuing their early lead, it does look like the crew from Cambridge in lane 4, maintaining a commandeering position over the rest of the field. Cambridge, as we've all know, has had a tremendous performance over the past handful of years, getting up on the podium both at Summer Nationals, Head of the Charles, as well as Youth Nationals in these smaller events in singles and doubles, with a lot of their former alumni going on to race at the highest level at the World Championships. So we'll look to see what these Cambridge crews, these younger crews, have in store for the future of the sport. But it does continue to be the crew from Cambridge in lane 4, well ahead of the rest of the field. Gives them the advantage. They can take a look. They know where they are. They can identify people taking moves. They can start to strategize a bit, predicting what their other competitors are going to do in the final. Following them will be that other crew from Cambridge in lane 3, as well as contenders from lane 5. It's Bromfield, Acton, Boxborough, just on the other side. But let's not rule off Connecticut Boat Club just yet either. Sending 3 spots in. Seems that position 1 has been identified, but positions 2 and 3 are still up for grabs from these 3 crews. Again, that'll be Bromfield, the second crew from Cambridge, as well as Connecticut Boat Club in lane 2. Now well within 500 to go. Cambridge with a easy time to the finish from here. The real race is going to happen for that 3rd qualifying position. No one's going to want to give it up easily. There's no second chances here. It's all or nothing to get into the final and get that much closer to heading to Sarasota in just a few weeks. For positions number 2, I'm going to have to err with the side of that second Cambridge crew in lane 3, only by about a length over the remaining crews from Connecticut Boat Club and Bromfield, Acton, and Boxborough. So if we put Cambridge into that second qualifying position, I'm going to say that Bromfield has just about a length over CBC, over the other CBC, that's Connecticut Boat Club, in the lane closest to you in the black boat. But I'm going to have to say Bromfield, now the comfortable lead over Connecticut Boat Club, is now trying to surge and make up some ground on that second crew from Cambridge in lane 3. While the crew from Cambridge, that's going to be Packard and Belize, if from lane 4 approach the finish line here, they will be the first of 3 from this semifinal to punch their ticket to the grand final. The second crew from Cambridge here now starting to ramp it up. They've heard the horn from their competitors. They will be the second to the line. That would be the crew of Cohen and Merritt now at the line. A length back, we welcome the crew from Bromfield, Acton, Boxborough to the line. To round out that 3rd place, the crew from Connecticut Boat Club taking that 4th place position, followed by the crew from Gordon in lane 6 for place number 5. And the King School, Jani and Mara, out here in lane 1, rounding out this first field of semifinal number 1 of the women's youth double. Really well rowed. They're looking to have a successful finish here, something they can be proud of, they can hang their hat on. As they come into 5 strokes to go, it is the crew from King's School coming into the line, rounding out the first semifinal. We'll send it back up to the start for the second semifinal.
And here we have the women's youth double semifinals. Number 2, in lane 1, we have Narragansett. Lane 2, we have Roe Boston. Lane 3, we have Narragansett. Lane 4, we have Litchfield Hills. Lane 5, we have GMS. And lane 6, we have Brookline. Right now, our 750 meter mark leaders is the crew from lane 4. That is Litchfield Hills of Burgess and McTamney. In the second place position is the boat from lane 3, which is the Narragansett boat of Williams and Smith Montrose, excuse me. And then in the third place position, it is quite close between lane 5, which is GMS, and lane 2, which is Roe Boston. I would say it's quite close and very contested between those two crews, as it is top 3 to the A final, which will be held tomorrow here in Worcester, Massachusetts. But really, really impressive racing from the Litchfield Hills crew. They are really dominating the first half of this race. A nice strong front end as they attach the blades to the water, finishing off together, really in sync, really unison from these doubles right here. I'd put them up at about a 33, 34 range. And then in that second place boat, the Narragansett crew really extending their second place lead on the third place crews. And in that third place position, I would say Roe Boston maybe a seat or two up on the boat from lane 5, GMS. And the lane 4 Litchfield Hill crew was the first through the 1,000 meter mark, with the Narragansett crew maybe a length of open water back on them. And then I would say 2 lengths of open water back to the Roe Boston boat, who is about 1 seat, 2 seats up on the GMS crew. Really great racing in the semifinal of the women's double. And the Litchfield Hills crew in lane 4 is at about the 750 meter mark, really dominant as they head towards the last 500 of this race. Top 3 go on to the A final tomorrow. Really close racing in this third place spot. One of these teams has to go to the B final and one will go to the A final. And we're going to send it off to the finish line to watch the end of the women's double semifinal.
It's been marked official that we will see 2 Cambridge crews, Bromfield, Acton, Boxborough, into the grand final tomorrow. It's now up to this next field, which looks to be a little bit tighter than that first semifinal. Looking to send 3 people, or 3 crews, not 3 people, we're looking to send 6 people onto the grand finals. Looks like our crew from lane 4, from Litchfield Hills, as well as Narragansett, look to continue to be our 2 leaders here. Litchfield Hills matching the crew from Narragansett, stroke for stroke. I would say there's 2 out of 3. With the third, I'm going to have to say Roe Boston at this point, the red hull from CRI. We'll see what happens as this unfolds into the sprint of the women's second semifinal youth double here at Lake Quinsigamond in Worcester, Massachusetts. The crew from Litchfield Hills out in lane 4, led by Drew Combs, head coach Drew Combs. Drew's done an incredible job with the lightweight crews in the past recent history. And it looks like Litchfield is going to be eager to try and get back on that podium. the crew out there just to their inside, looking to make a move now, trying to close that distance, as well as the crew coming up from row Boston on the inside in that red hull. I'd have to say that those are going to be our three leaders right now, going uncontested really into the final push. But it will be Litchfield Hills out in first, ahead of the crew from Narragansett. The Litchfield Hills crew of Burgess and Mitani will be first at the line unofficially. They're going to be eager to fight their way to Sarasota. There's Litchfield at the line, followed by the crew from Narragansett. That would be Williams and Smith Montrose now approaching the line. Looking to punch one more ticket into the grand final. It looks like CRI Row Boston has a length over that crew from GMS in lane 5. And it does look like they will be successful in their pursuit of the grand final. That is Row Boston at the line, followed by the crew from GMS out there in lane 5. Two crews left. We've got Brookline in lane 6 and another Narragansett crew in lane 1. And coming into the line is the crew from Brookline. Good performance there from Brookline. And rounding out the field is yet another entry from sculling program Narragansett, as they look to finish their campaign here. 3 strokes to go, and this will wrap up the semifinals for the youth women's double at the 2023 U.S. Rowing Northeast Regional Championships. We'll send it back up to the start, and we'll get into a bigger boat class of the men's youth fours semifinal 1. 4 more races to go here of day 1 of the 2023 U.S. Rowing Northeast Regional Championships. We appreciate you tuning in. Let's make sure that we don't sign off just yet. 4 races to go. That'll set the tone for tomorrow's finals. We'll send it back up to the start now.
I feel like that's a lot of that stuff up for IRAs, because then you're going to get a lower rank. But
Yeah.
you're still faster, so your heat is going to be unfair to whoever's above you.
So we ended up in the heat with Yale and Stanford, and we're actually pretty good with that, because that Stanford. So we lost the Stanford crew, but it was after we raced Cal and Syracuse to 2 really tight races, and they kind of blew up. I mean, it's cross country race, So we're actually really excited about it.
That's important.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Yeah, literally. Could win you a world championship.
Bye.
And here we have the 500-meter mark of the men's youth 4+ semifinal 1. In lane 1, we have Concord. Lane 2, King School. Lane 3, Wayland Weston. Lane 4, Brunswick School. Lane 5 is Maritime, and lane 6 is Brookline. So a very Massachusetts-Connecticut final going on right here. And our clear leaders at the beginning of this race is Brunswick School out of Greenwich, Connecticut. A really strong private school for rowing. Very historic program. They are really setting a very nice, strong, aggressive rhythm in the first half of this race. Got them clocked in at a 34, 33, 34 abouts. Unfazed by the weather, unfazed by the rain. They are really getting after it in the first half of this race. Then in the second place position, I would say it's lane 5, which is Maritime, another Connecticut program, about a length up on two crews really battling it out for the third place position. That is the boat in lane 3, which is Waylon Weston, and lane 6, which is Brookline. I would say Waylon Weston has maybe 1 seat advantage into that third place position over Brookline, but it is really close out here. But that boat from Brunswick is really pushing their lead out. They are attacking this race all the way through. About 4 strokes before the 1,000-meter mark, they have a nice, clean, aggressive rhythm going on in that white shell with the white and yellow and brown oars. Waylon Weston making a big push at the 1,000-meter mark, putting themselves about half a length above Brookline, and they're gunning for that Maritime boat in lane 5. Let's see who has a big response in this third 500. But it is still that boat from Brunswick really out there attacking the third 500. Waylon Weston about 1 length down, just shy about his stern on the Maritime boat. So our 1, 2, 3 is Brunswick, Maritime, Waylon Weston, and we're going to send it to the finish line to watch the end of this race.
Now approaching 7:50 to go. We now change boat classes. We welcome down the men's youth 4 semifinal number 1 to 750 meters left of the race. So, men's youth semifinal, we will have 2 semifinals, and we will look to send 3 from each semifinal onto the grand final, 1 step closer to sunny Sarasota, Florida for the 2023 Youth National Championships. As we've seen already in this event, in this semifinal, I should say, we've got a pretty commandeering lead being held by the crew from Brunswick out in lane 4. Back from Brunswick, looks like it's going to be a pretty close pack moving towards the 500. I expect to see some greater separation as they get into 500 to go. But it will be lane 4 Brunswick with a commandeering lead, serious lead over the rest of the pack. Just back from them, I'm going to give it to lanes 2, 3, and 5, looking to make their case for those remaining 2 qualifying positions. Lane 2 will be King School, lane 3 will be Waylon Weston, lane 5 Maritime, and lane 6 Brookline. But here it is, Brunswick School still significantly out in front with a charge now coming from the crew from Maritime in lane 5. As well as Waylon Weston. I would say that Maritime and Waylon Weston are looking like pretty good contenders for the remaining qualifying positions here in the first semifinal of the men's youth 4. Brunswick just looking super conservative, staying above that minimum race pace that U.S. Rowing set out. But looks like they're just really milking this distance per stroke here as they enter the red zone, these final 250 meters of this race. They're looking like they're feeling pretty confident in what they're doing and what they've been able to do as they look back to the duel that is underway with Maritime in lane 5 and Waylon Weston in lane 3. Maritime now a couple beats higher than Waylon Weston. The coxswain from Waylon Weston keeping an eye on them. But they've really separated out from the remaining boats in this field. Brunswick now coming into the line to punch their ticket into the grand final. Maritime now with a half a length of open water lead over the crew from Waylon Weston. Maritime looking like the highest rated crew out of any of those 3 crews. First crossing the line, Waylon Weston looks like it's now taken a small move just to assert themselves, making sure nobody can challenge them as they look to punch their ticket into the grand final as well. Unofficially, we've got Brunswick, Maritime, and Waylon Weston heading into tomorrow's final. At the line now, we have the crew from Brookline rounding out that 4th place position, followed by the King School in lane 2 and Concord in lane 1 to round out the first semifinal of the men's youth 4. We'll send it back up to the line for the second semifinal. And 3 races to go, folks. 3 races to go here on day 1 of the 2023 U.S. Rowing Northeast Regional Championship.
Yeah. Well, I was a freshman.
I graduated high school in 2006.
Really? I graduated in 2017.
Oh my god. I graduated college in 2011. I entered into my PhD program in 2017.
I graduated college last year. Well, I graduated my grad degree last year. My undergrad degree the year before that.
I mean, women's was nice for us. It was fun. It's like, it doesn't have all that ness of Royal. I mean, I still want to go to something like that.
It's pretty cool. I had a lot of fun last summer.
But, like, because it was the women's and we were rowing out of Henley Boys Club, like, they let me just take a single out.
Oh, that's cool. Wow, that's really cool. So then I would have to stay on the team again for another year. I'm like, I will probably be done by then. Yep. I am not doing 2 cycles because barely handled one.
Fine. Go ahead.
And here we have the 500-meter mark of the second semifinal for the men's youth 4+. In lane 1, we have Saugatuck. Lane 2, Notre Dame. Lane 3, Bromfield Action, Boxborough. Lane 4, Greenwich. Lane 5, CRI. And lane 6 is Shrewsbury High School. And our early leaders in this race is the boat from lane 3, which is Bromfield Action. A close second is the boat in lane 4, Greenwich. And in third is the boat from CRI in lane 5. But all around, really tight racing across the board. Greenwich really challenging the Bromfield Action boat. I would say Greenwich is probably 2 seats down on the Bromfield Action boat, making a big push at the 750-meter mark. And about 1 length of open water back in third place is the CRI boat, who has clear water on the rest of the field. Greenwich making a big push right now at the 750-meter mark. I would say boats are dead level right now. Both boats up at a 34, attacking the middle 1,000. Coming into the last few races of the day at the 2023 Northeast Regionals here in Worcester, Massachusetts. The 2 leading crews are about 5 strokes off the 1,000, and it's too close to call. They're both going stroke for stroke. I would maybe give the advantage to Bromfield Action, but by maybe 1 or 2 seats. Both boats are through the 1,000-meter mark. The third place boat currently is CRI in lane 5, coming through the 1,000-meter mark. And then a tight race for fourth between Shrewsbury, Notre Dame, and Saugatuck for that fourth place position. But it really is a tight race in the leading two crews from Greenwich and Bromfield Action. It is too hard to tell, but both crews are approaching the last 750 meters of this race, and it is going to be an absolute barn burner as we go into the last 500 of the semifinal of the men's Youth 4. Really good aggressive racing from across these crews. Fun to watch right here. And we're gonna send it to the finish line to watch the end of this semifinal of the men's Youth 4.
Brunswick, Maritime, Wayland Weston, all in the grand final. 3 spots open in that grand final that will look to be filled from the 6 crews that are on the course now at 750 to go. As we've seen throughout the race so far, our 2 dominant leaders are going to be the crews from Notre Dame in lane 2. And it looks like Greenwich from lane 4. Excuse me, that'll actually be Bromfield, Acton, Boxborough in lanes 3, matching right with Greenwich from lane 4. These 2 crews have been leading this entire race. As you can see, they've done a really nice job and a slick job of separating themselves from the rest of the pack. It's like they're already preemptively predicting the final, sizing up the competition. But these 2 crews going together, Greenwich with another dominating performance here over the rest of the field, holds about 2 lengths over the challenging crew from Bromfield, Acton, Boxborough. Bromfield having significant distance over the rest of the field. The 2 nearest crews that will challenge for that 3rd place position are going to be CRI in lane 5 in that red hull, and Saugatuck in lane 1. 3 spots up for grabs. Greenwich claiming 1, Bromfield claiming the 2nd one. The 3rd one still very much up for grabs. I'm going to say it's Saugatuck now over with half a length over CRI out in that far lane. CRI with a couple lengths over the rest of the field. That'll be Notre Dame as well as Shrewsbury High School in that far lane. But Greenwich just looking really, really smooth, really long. They've jumped the rate a bit, but nothing crazy. They're not going to have to fight for this spot yet. But I'm sure the final tomorrow will bring a whole different adventure. So Greenwich coming into the line with 3 strokes to go. Followed length and a half back will be the boys from Bromfield, Acton, Boxborough. Multiple lengths back, it is CRI, not Saugatuck, in that 3rd place position. CRI having about 3 lengths of open on the black boat from Saugatuck here in lane 1. CRI now just coasting into it, into that line, rounding out that grand final of the men's 4. CRI to the line, followed by Saugatuck, just about 5.5 seconds off the pace. Saugatuck with open water over next place Notre Dame. Notre Dame over Shrewsbury. And Shrewsbury to the line now will round out the 2nd semifinal of the men's Youth 4. So unofficially, Greenwich, Bromfield, and CRI will join Brunswick, Maritime, and Wayland Weston in the grand final of the men's Youth 4 tomorrow. 2 races to go. We round out our day with the women's Youth 4 semifinals. We'll send it back up to the start.
Well,
Yeah.
20 feet after the finish.
Yeah, it's like the Redwood Shores invite. it like, I mean, I rode at Wisco, so it was literally just like us and the women's team, and we had a. It's so it actually is concerning. Like when I sit in the office and I like watch and I'm like, something bad's gonna happen. Like I'm not even saying I'm not saying that to be like cryptic or anything. Like we sit in the office and we're like, something bad is going to happen because like, I mean, we have a lot of resources as like an institution and all this stuff, and like we've got a full-time boatman and we've got like we've got all these things, and I watch like 6 high school aides with like 1 coach, and I'm like, something bad's gonna happen. Yeah. It just is scary. Yeah, literally. And we have the semifinal of the Women's Youth 4 Plus semifinal 1. In lane 1, we have Concord. In 2, we have Saugatuck. Lane 3, Bromfield Action. Lane 4, Greenwich. Lane 5, Brookline. And lane 6 is CRI. Right now, our 600-meter mark leaders is the boat in lane 4, Greenwich, with the blue hull and the white oars. And then in a very, very close second, third place contention, we have, I would say, the advantage to lane 3, which is Bromfield Action in that light blue Hudson. Then in the third place position is lane 6, which is Brookline. Then we have Clearwater back to lane 6, which is CRI in the fourth place position. Top 3 will go on to the A final tomorrow and contesting a spot to go off to the Youth National Championship. Really nice rhythm being set in this Greenwich Women's 4, coached by Heidi Hunsberger and Catherine Starr. A very well-rounded program they have out there in Greenwich, Connecticut. Really strong showing across the board, and they are just dominating the first half of this race. They're about 10 strokes off the 1,000, rating at a 32-34 range, and just big monster strokes as they go at the 1,000-meter mark fast. And then in the second and third place position, it's quite close for that second place spot. I would still give the advantage slightly to Bromfield Action, but only by a couple seats. Greenwich, the first one through the 1,000-meter mark. Then it goes Bromfield Action in second and Brookline in a close third. In lane 2, we have Saugatuck, and lane 6, we have CRI, who are dead level for that fourth place spot. Now, as we are in that third 500, we'll see who takes a big push and can hold on to the rhythm that they set in the first half of the race. Greenwich still holding a length of open water up on the second and third place positioned boats right now. As we are coming at the 750-meter mark to go, we have Greenwich leading the Women's Youth 4, and we're going to send it to the finish line to watch the end of this race.
The rain is held off for the women's semifinal of the Youth 4s. 6 spots up for grabs, 3 in each semifinal. As we take a look towards the course, we've already started to see that we have a couple crews that have broken away early, identifying and holding their positions, hoping to punch their ticket into the grand finals. No barn burners of races just yet, but we'll have to wait and see. I imagine that we'll see some close racing tomorrow, with not only tickets to the grand final, but tickets to Sarasota on the line. Coming into the top of our screen here, we've got 500 meters to go. It will be the first crew from Greenwich out in front in lane 4, laying down some really good pacing here, some good rhythm, good strokes. They lead the field by open water. Just back from them will be crews on either side. That will be Brookline and Bromfield Acton Boxborough, another BAB crew. These are your 3 leaders of the event so far. With Greenwich, again, another commandeering performance here at the 2023 U.S. Rowing Northeast Regional Championships on Lake Quinsigamond in Worcester, Massachusetts. Coming into 300 to go, it continues to be the crew from Greenwich, led by Catherine Starr and Heidi Huntsberger out of Greenwich, Connecticut. Just back from them, dueling it out, we see the blue crew from Bromfield Acton Boxborough going toe-to-toe with the crew from Brookline. Brookline just up the road here, rowing out on the Charles River. They will look to challenge the crew from Bromfield Acton Boxborough, who had an early lead on them. But with 300 meters and that finish line rapidly approaching, Brookline has increased their rate above Bromfield Acton Boxborough and potentially may have just pushed their bow ahead. No one's touching the crew from Greenwich out in front. They are well into 250 to go, with, I would feel comfortable saying, at least 75 meters on the rest of the field. With clear skies here, little rain. Looks like Greenwich is starting to execute their sprint race plan, something that I'm sure that they will need in tomorrow's grand final. But Greenwich going uncontested here over the crews from Brookline in lane 5, Bromfield Acton Boxborough in lane 3. Brookline with a half a length lead, but wait, here comes Bromfield. Bromfield looking to walk and take back seats on Brookline, but both crews will look to see each other again in the final. Greenwich is now across the line, unofficially punching their ticket into the grand final. And it's going to come down to a photo finish, but I'm going to say, I'm going to say Bromfield Acton Boxborough over Brookline. But we'll wait for the official result from herenow.com. Coming back, now we see the crew from CRI out there in lane 6 and Saugatuck in lane 2. CRI with a slight advantage over Saugatuck. CRI looking to hold that position as Saugatuck challenges them right at the line, but it will be CRI unofficially over Saugatuck. And rounding out the field will be the crew from Concord here in lane 2. With about 6 strokes to go, these ladies are looking to cap off a really solid afternoon of racing. Rounding out the field of the first semifinal of the Women's Youth 4 at the 2023 Northeast Regional Championships here in Worcester. We'll send it back up to the start for the final race of the day, the second semifinal. Head back up to the start, and we'll see you at the finish.
Last race, thank God.
we have the last race of the day for the Saturday racing here at the 2023 Northeast Regionals in Worcester, Massachusetts. This is the second semifinal of the Women's Youth 4, and in lane 1 we have Northampton, lane 2 Cambridge, Ringe and Latin, lane 3 Litchfield Hills, lane 4 Windsor, lane 5 Connecticut, and lane 6 is Greater Lawrence. And right now our 600, 700 meter leader is the crew in lane 4 Windsor. They're rowing in a red Hudson with red oars and a nice big white W on the end of them. Then in our second place, I would say it's quite hotly contested between the boats in lane 5 and lane 3. Lane 5 is Connecticut and lane 3 is Litchfield. Remember, top 3 go on to the A final tomorrow, contesting for a spot at the Youth National Championship in the first week of June, my bad. So top 3 want to go on to the A final. I would say slight advantage to the crew in lane 3, which is Litchfield Hills. They have maybe 2 seats up on the boat from Connecticut in lane 5. But the Windsor boat is approaching the 1,000 meter mark, about 5 strokes off, and they have open water on the second place team, which is Litchfield Hills. Really strong, aggressive rhythm coming out of that Windsor crew. Nice attachment to the water. Big, strong finish. And now let's see what they do in the second half of this race as all of these crews are approaching that third 500. Big decisions are made there. The boat in lane 2, Cambridge Ringe Latin, sitting in 4th place right now. And then in lane 6 is the 5th place team, Greater Lawrence. Really strong racing out of these crews right here. And the Windsor crew approaching that 750 meter mark, holding their dominance on the race. And I would say that it's still that crew in lane 3, Litchfield, that has about half a length lead up on the 3rd place team, Connecticut, which is in lane 5. Those 1, 2, 3 teams will go off to the A final tomorrow. And we're going to send it down to the finish line to watch the end of the last semifinal of the Women's Youth 4.
But it does look like a pretty tight pack for that next 3rd qualifying spot. 3 spots up for grabs right now. It does look like the crews from Litchfield Hills and Windsor are our 2 leaders here, followed closely by the crews from Connecticut in lane 5 and Cambridge Ridge and Latin in lane 2. But lanes 3 and 4, I'm going to give the advantage to Windsor, who's continued to push their bow out pretty easily from the start of the race. They're going to be in the red hull with the red blades. Windsor with just a couple lengths of open water to Litchfield Hills in lane 3 and Connecticut in lane 5. Looking to send 3 crews here to join the 3 crews from Greenwich, Bromfield, and Brookline that punched their tickets in the first semifinal of the Women's Youth 4. As they come into 500 to go, it continues to be Windsor leading. I'm going to say with 2 lengths of open back to Litchfield Hills. Litchfield Hills with just a couple seats on Connecticut Boat Club out there in lane 5. But let's not rule out lane 2, CRLS, just yet. You know, with such high stakes on the table, we can see anything happen, but I think it's going to be pretty hard for Windsor to go uncontested to be challenged for that first place spot. But here comes Litchfield Hills. Only about a length back now. They've made up some ground on Windsor. Windsor doesn't look like they're starting to hit the gas just yet. You know, they may feel pretty comfortable with where they sit among the rest of the field. But Litchfield Hills in lane 4 in the White Hall looking to challenge Windsor a bit. Litchfield safely and securely in lane 2, in second place position for now. Connecticut Boat Club out there in lane 5, and the Black Hull Black Blades will round out the top of the field, pending any unforeseen circumstances. But we've got Windsor with about a length of open to Litchfield Hills in lane 4. Litchfield just about 2 seats of open water on Connecticut Boat Club, but these 3 crews moving pretty well into the last 250 to go. Doesn't look like anyone from this field is really hitting the gas. They're looking to save their energy, conserve it for tomorrow's final, because I'm sure it will be one to watch. But first approaching the line, it's going to be the Ladies of Windsor crew in their red hull. First to the line, followed by Litchfield Hills with open water over third place, Connecticut Boat Club. Connecticut Boat Club with about 2 lengths of open back to CRLS. CRLS leading. Greater Lawrence out in lane 6. And rounding out the field will be Northampton in lane 1. But Windsor, Litchfield Hills, Connecticut Boat Club unofficially joining the 3 other semifinalists in the grand final tomorrow. There is CRLS at the line, followed by Greater Lawrence, who approaches the line now in the White Hull. And starting their sprint sequence, will be the crew from Northampton here in lane 1, looking to round out day 1 of the 2023 U.S. Rowing Northeast Regional Championships. Northampton crossing the finish line now. Certainly we'll wait for official results to be posted on herenow.com. But that is the end of racing for day 1 here in Worcester, Massachusetts on Lake Quinsigamond. Thanks for tuning in. The link to the live stream can be found on Regatta Central on the main event page. Both links for today's racing and tomorrow's racing are up there. Official results can be found at herenow.com. I'm Katie Lane, and we will see you tomorrow.